Here we go. Here we go. It is 3 o'clock on Thursday, April 3rd. Here we are, streaming away. Boy, howdy, doesn't it feel that these weeks they've been decading? This week has just been like a spitfire, just like feels like. Eggs D, how you doing today, my man? Always a pleasure. Always good to see you. For me personally, this week was kind of a wash, right? It's been, and I mean that literally. It's been just rain. It snowed yesterday. Like, welcome to April. Here's like 2 inches of snow, and of course, all that snow is gone now. So it was just like, psych, gotcha. But for a fellow who's like, boy, I can't wait to go out and I can't wait to do things. I can't wait to be part of like spring. I'd like to write a letter to the manager, please. I'd like to speak to the manager of weather. Who's controlling the weather? Let's get this weather under control. Well, and it looks like management has acquiesced just in time for the weekend. So we're going to have a really lovely, really nice weekend. But there's like an infinite array of things to talk about, I feel. And because I haven't been talking politics at all over this last week, I feel all pent up about it. So, as I enjoy a lovely coffee, my SpongeBob mug, shall we begin? Shall we begin? Let's start with something light. What do you think? This whole AI Ghibli thing. Right? It seems to be a craze that has swept through where everybody's been like, oh, we could take our family photos so we can look like Ghibli characters. That's so cute and sweet and awesome. Gabriel, good to see you. So the creator, I'm going to definitely blank on his name, Miyazaki, the fellow who is like the head of the Ghibli studio, has said things like, this is an affront to humanity. It's like humanity is losing faith in itself. So the person whose art we're all spoofing and using for this AI stuff hates it. Just desperately hates it. And it's like, yeah, of course he hates it. Like, it's just soulless reproduction. That's all it is. Like, AI is never going to be able to create anything new, because it's not a creative process. It's just a very effective plagiarism box, right? It knows how to plagiarize things. So you're always going to have humans in the middle. And of course it's just being used for the most mundane, like ads. Like how many ads have you seen that you think are AI? Right? How many ads are you looking at? And you're just like pretty sure that that's just AI generated slop. Just some AI generated person being like, eat your chip, right? You're looking at the cheese as it's coming off the chip and you're like, that looks not correct. The goat, how you doing, Gabriel? If I didn't say hello. XD, hi to you again. So like, AI is the perfect representation of just like the decline of the West. Right? It's trying so hard to prove to everybody that, look, we're still innovating. We're still creative. We're still making stuff. Look at the things that we're doing. And it's just like this horror machine that nobody wants, doing stuff that people actually do want to do. Like that's the part about it that's so crazy. So instead of innovating on things like making our chores, making our day-to-day lives, like making things that we begrudgingly do because they must be done, instead of making those things easier, right? Instead of making it, or even freeing up our time so that we can go about doing those things with more leisure, instead of focusing on that, what they're doing is focusing on the jobs that people actually do want to do, right? Being creative, making art, right? Focusing on the things that people actually spend their leisure time doing, and then automating those. Like it's just psychotic. We live in a psychotic world run by psychopaths, and it's obvious that that's the case. Like, shouldn't it be easier to do your dishes? Do you think? Hull, Austin Wallace, how you guys doing? The trade war is looking sarcastically great. How you been? How's it going, comrade? Says Austin Wallace. I've had a very dreary week, honestly. It's just been raining. Let's start with a little bit of good news. Republican Party of New Mexico headquarters graffitied and set ablaze an alleged arson attack. So people throwing Molotov cocktails at Republicans. My favorite part is this: ICE equals KKK. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, right? Like, it's pretty clear to anyone who's actually paying any attention whatsoever that that like the KKK is well alive, and like the Nazis are well alive, and they exist within the Republican Party, and they're taking over the government for sure. The most telling part about it, right? So I'm part of multiple like subreddits, and I try to get involved across the political spectrum because I want to see what the Nazis are saying, right? Like I want to see what the apologists are saying. And when you actually like confront people, when you actually like stand up and say, okay, but like Elon Musk did a Nazi salute and is funding a far-right Nazi party in Germany and went to a rally there, right? They just don't talk to you, right? Which really shores up my belief or understanding that these people know exactly who they are and they know exactly what they're doing, right? That them pretending as though it's outrageous for us to be responding in the way that we're responding, i.e., hey, there's Nazis, we should act like they're Nazis, and do things that we should do to Nazis, right? Like do the things our grandfathers did to Nazis. If that them pretending like that's outrageous is a dog whistle, right? It's just Nazis talking to each other in public, being like, can you believe these outrageous leftists or liberals are getting their panties in a knot because they just think everything is Nazism. The people who are saying that are Nazis, right? They found the code. They broke the internet code, right? Which is pretend like it doesn't exist or pretend like you're aghast by it. But then when you actually just confront them and you're actually just like, but what about all the Nazism, right? Nothing. You get no response back whatsoever because they know. So this is my all points bulletin. This is my APB. When you're seeing people playing dumb on the internet, they are Nazis. They're not just an idiot being like, well, no. This is how the Nazis have figured out how to talk to one another on the internet without being banned, right? So a guy being like, oh, people just, yeah, I can't believe people are upset burning down places because of someone's ideology. Oh, goodness. And then I'm just like, that ideology is Nazism. Dead silence, right? Because they know. They know that what they're doing is Nazi apologetics. They know that what they're doing is Nazi collaboration because they are a Nazi. So let's finish up on this. Let's tie a little bow on it, and let's no longer pretend like they're playing dumb, right? Nazis lie, and they have found a way to lie to you on the internet, and they found a way to communicate to one another, and they have found a way to create public spaces that they can go into and be like, yeah, it's outrageous how these leftists are acting to all this Nazism that I inherently support. So that's something that's just been in my craw all week. Just like, it's so obviously the case. It's so obviously the case. And then who gets shadow banned? Oh, it's your good friend, the Canadian commie, right? For pointing it out. So the rising Nazi state is happening quite swiftly. Although there is a little bit of performative good news, right? Donald Trump gives Doge update as Elon Musk says he'll step down in May. So bye-bye, Elon Musk, right? Like we really should thank Elon Musk, because Elon was the one who tipped it over. He made it too obvious because he's so narcissistic and stupid. And the only people who really buy into his grift anymore are also stupid narcissists. He's just made it too obvious. Like, this is a Nazi party. This is a Nazi organization. Like, you literally can just point to his Nazi salute and just be like, what's this all about? And the best they've got, and the best that they've got is, oh, he's just throwing out his heart, and here's a bunch of pictures of Obama with his arm up too. And you're like, okay, well, let's see the whole clip. Right? And then the conversation ends, because, like, these people are Nazis. Like, to me, that's the big pivot. Like, the mask is off now. Nobody can pretend anymore. Garden State, good to see you, my man. The GOAT. On the subject, what's your favorite Ghibli movie? Dude, I have not seen Ghibli movies in literally 15 years. I mean, Princess Mononoke, probably, but that's just me defaulting. I should do, like, a deep dive on Ghibli movies again, because now that I'm older, like, the animation is, like, absolutely stunning. Like, it's incredible that that's all hand drawn. Like, it's incredible that there's, like, a studio that actually produced this, you know? And, like, when I saw it before, you know, you know, when you're younger, you're just, like, watching something and you're like, oh, whatever, it's like Aladdin, you know? But then, like, and I can only really remember, like, snippets and clips, and a lot of those snippets and clips are probably just because those are the ones that get recycled and used in social media and in posts and things like this. So I gotta go back. I gotta go back and rewatch a bunch of Ghibli stuff, just because, like, he's so obviously an artist. Like, they're so obviously artists. Like, and it's just like, here's a group of artists producing real art, and I've been complaining so much about how hard up I am to see good art. I should definitely take a run at Ghibli Studios again for sure. Hull writes, are they sure they want to live in a literal fascist state? Kind of depressed, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I think at its core, people who want fascism just want to be told who they are and what they're supposed to do. Like, and in a way, there's kind of like this odd wholesomeness underneath all of it. Like, they want to be in the pecking order. They want to be in a position where they know what's going to happen tomorrow, even if the thing that happens tomorrow is stupid and bad. Like, fundamentally, what these people are really crying out for is stability. And they believe, as people have believed throughout all human history, that a big, strong man is going to come in and is going to bring stability. Now, Trump has not necessarily brought stability, but his diehard cultists, like the people who have sacrificed their intelligence for, like, religious adulation, which is incredibly common, they tend to believe that what Trump is doing is bringing in a little bit of pain for a better future, right? And that little bit of pain is happening right in front of us today, in fact. Just today, 4 hours ago, Trump tariffs wipe out $2 trillion from the U.S. stock market. You guys could have had a healthcare system. Like, you guys could have, like, transit, right? Like think of all the things that you could have. And instead, you've got this. Like, it's just such this is why I'm no longer, like, America is committing suicide. It's committing suicide in front of all of us. Like, this is like a seppuku. This is straight up just like, pull out the dagger. We're gonna murder ourselves. And there's no other out for America but to go, like, heavy militarism, right? There's no other out for America anymore, except to just go, because the only thing it's got is military equipment. That's the only thing it's got. And it's just going to continue to try to exert itself and dominate on the global stage. And now it's picking targets like Greenland, right? Yeah, and Hull, so sad, man. 2 trillion just gone like that. Well, I mean, and it also shows you how fabricated it all is, right? It shows you that America was always just a paper tiger, right? That its only power, that really is just its ability to kill people and like throw people into black sites, fear and intimidation, right? That's what these bullies have. But when it comes to like actually governing a community of people for the betterment of that community, it's just not America's game, man. It's just not doing it. Like, they don't care. It's this is a real learning moment, I feel, for us and for the West generally, if the West is capable of learning, right? Which I don't think they are capable of learning. Like, I don't think that liberals or liberalism as an idea or as a thought is capable of learning. Like, we can see the same story over and over and over and over again, and we just will never put two and two together. And now that the education system is being gutted all the way across America, like what institution exists to even uphold the memory of America, let alone the global memory, right? Like forget about the historical memory of China. Forget about the historical memory of like relations between Ukraine or Russia, right? Forget about the historical memory of Africa or anything like that, right? What about the historical memory of America? And that's being completely cut down, just absolutely cut down. And so you're looking at like the next generation of kids who are not going to be able to go to university, ostensibly likely the only place they could actually learn anything about their country. And these kids are going to come out of their high schools, and the only thing they're ever going to have been told is that white people are great and Elon Musk is your boss daddy and you should love him. And these idiot kids are going to come into an absolutely destroyed, ruined economy that's essentially ash and bone around them. And a handful of them are going to believe that. They're going to believe that because there is a reality that exists within the human consciousness and the human spirit, which is, I just want to know who I am and what I'm supposed to do. That's it. And it's a heavily religious mindset. It's a heavily influenceable and manipulatable mindset, certainly. But the truth is that like most kids, when they're in an education system or they're being taught by their parents, are just like, yeah, that's just how it is because dad said so, right? That's just how it is because, well, I mean, there's this whole school system, there's this whole institution, right? And you're a kid and you don't know anything, and so you just accept it, go along with it. And like, this is exactly what happens to the millennials. Like, we were all told go to university, just sort of this nebulous, aimless, like, follow your dreams, go to university, right? And it's not until you're through the process that you look back on it and you go, this failed, right? Forget about it was a lie or a grift, okay? But this objectively failed. Like, sending all these kids into a university system that is essentially structured to be debt peonage and is essentially structured to plunge people into endless long-term debt for the benefit of people you've never met who do nothing important whatsoever. Like, it's just structurally a failure. And now we're on the other end of that looking at it, and the system is responding by saying, shut up, work harder. Like, so at what point do we all just sort of shrug and go, okay, I think the system is betraying us. Like, I think that we are no longer rationally thinking things through. We are betraying our children, like pretty nakedly, and putting shackles on people that it just doesn't need to exist. It just doesn't need to be this way. And we're caught in this total religious worldview. Like, we're not scientific or rational here in the West at all. Like, there's 0% of that happening. Like, okay, maybe like 0.5% of it happening, if I wanted to be like super generous and super nice. But we're basically running on the religious ideology that give all the money to the rich people and everything will work itself out. And people are going along with that because that means they know who they are, and that means they know what's expected of them, right? Just work hard for the master and the master will give you treats, right? Real simple, straightforward, rudimentary, basic thinking. You don't need to imagine anything. You don't need to engage your imagination. You don't need to have a vision of the future. You certainly don't need to like imagine people in your society as villains, even though they're objectively villains. But you don't need to engage with the world that way. You just want to know who you are and know where you stand. And so people are voting for that. And if that means voting for a fascist, well then, right, just don't confront the fascist. It's fine. Right? And if that sounds like weak-willed cowardice, yeah, welcome to America, baby. Weak-willed cowardice all the way down. Garden State writes, it was only inevitable. He was going to step down and get fired. Yeah, I mean, he's so incompetent and stupid, right? Like this is there is. I'm going to do a quick recommend of a video. Cody Johnston from the Some More News crowd, who I really like the stuff that they produce. He just did a video on Joe Rogan, and so that's really fresh in my mind. I watched it just yesterday evening, and it's like really clear that like Joe Rogan is exactly the figure that I'm talking about, right? Just a figure who wants to know who he is and know what to do in the world. And he's still walking around defending Elon Musk, pretending like this guy is some kind of super genius, and just refuses to turn the corner and actually recognize that, like, no, this is a grift, right? Like, Elon Musk is a deeply stupid person. Like, I go so far to say that Elon Musk is below average intelligence. Like, I don't think he's a smart person at all. He just has a lot of money given to him by his slave daddy, and basically walks around with his cock swinging wherever he goes because of it, right? And so he just talks with confidence. But when you actually parse anything he says or look at his track record, you're just like, nothing you have ever predicted has happened, right? like if I could wave a wand, if I had the power to like change public consciousness in one way and just like wave a wand and just be like, okay, everyone now intrinsically believes this should be the truth. One of the things that would definitely be at the top of the list for me to consider doing would be I no longer believe people who make predictions when they have never been right before. Like, what has Elon Musk ever been correct about ever? And that should be like your big guiding star. You should definitely be looking at that, being like, oh, a person who made a prediction and was wrong repeatedly over and over again. Wow, this guy keeps making promises and they don't happen, right? Like, how often has Elon Musk been like, we can get to Mars by 2020, we could get to Mars by 2025, we could get to Mars by 2030. Like, he's just continuously, like, it's like a string with a cookie on it, and you're just like, oh, the cookie. He just keeps pulling it, right? It's obviously a grift. He's obviously a fraud. He's obviously lying. And if he's not actively lying, then he is just a stupid person who just says things. Like, and what's so bonkers about this? Like, this is what's so bonkers. If Elon Musk was running a video game studio and acted the way that he did with this video game studio, he would be kicked out. He would be kicked out within a year, right? Like, delaying video game releases gets you shit canned. Like, doing the things that you say, like not delivering on what it is you say you're going to do, like, people will shit tank you for that. But if you're the richest man in America and you own Tesla and rocket companies and boring companies and all this kind of stuff, everybody's just like, well, it's tough. It takes time. And then you look over at China and they're just like throwing up high-speed rail everywhere. And you're just like, yeah, does it take time? Does it? Does it actually take time? Austin writes, do you really think he's going to step down or just be a shadow puppeteer for whoever's head of Doge? Oh, he'll for sure be a shadow puppeteer. Like, let's not fool ourselves. He's not just going to like step down and then like go whistling down the avenue and be like, well, I tried that. Well, off to the next project. No, he's for sure going to try to be like a shadow puppeteer, right? But the difference, and there have historically, like even in recent memory, there's been people who have worked behind the scenes, right? Sorry, there's somebody over on Twitch. But Elon makes rockets and electric vehicles, and he's doing Mars. Yeah, right. He's cosplaying at those things, right? We shouldn't be suckers. Like, there are countries that are doing those things, and they're doing them properly, and they're doing them better. Because they're not being done by narcissistic psychopaths so that he can jerk off and play, right, pretend like he plays video games about it. And yeah, Elon is a Nazi, though. Yeah, it's like inherent to why he fails at everything he does, right? Like, if you're stupid enough to think that Nazism is okay, then you're too stupid to do anything properly, right? Like, what are these successes that the Nazis achieved? Like, why are we supposed to be emulating these guys? Like, in recent memory, Deng Xiaoping was for sure like a shadow puppeteer, right? He stepped down from his positions, but everybody in China and everybody in politics knows that Deng Xiaoping was the guy who was still operating from behind the scenes. Like, you'd have to be completely foolish to believe that he wasn't doing that. The difference is that Deng Xiaoping was intelligent, and he actually understood the subject, and he understood how governance worked, and he understood the political landscape. He's a very intelligent person, which is why he was so successful as a governor. Whereas Elon Musk is so inept and incompetent and stupid that the only thing that he wants is for people to inflate his ego. Like, that's really all he wants. And he's just like the living embodiment of "I'll show you, Dad." Right? That's it. Like, that's all he is. He's just walking around being like, I need to prove to everybody that I'm actually the best. It's like, you don't. Like, first of all, you don't. It's not the purpose of life. Nobody actually like cares about that in any serious way. Like, a guy like Elon Musk, and in the position he has and what he's doing, could actually be doing things that would be good for you, right? Like, first of all, who gives a shit about this Mars thing? Like, it's just so obviously him jerking off to himself. How about, hey, everybody should have access to shelter. Hey, everybody should have access to food. Hey, everybody should just live a calm life. Like, everything should be fine for everybody. Nope, got to go after those Social Security grandparents. There's all these grandparents on Social Security. We got to make sure that gets cut so that they can't get access to their insulin anymore. Like, this is the shit this guy is pursuing. Like, this is what he's spending his time on. Like, you're either a deeply evil or deeply stupid person. And I tend to believe that he's just a very, very, very stupid person. Because being evil requires a little bit of intelligence, which Elon Musk doesn't have. And so he'll try to be a shadow puppeteer for the next person of Doge. But chances are really good that whoever the next head of Doge is will be far more intelligent than him. Like, 2 is double of 1, right? So if a person has an intelligence of even like average intelligence, they'll probably be twice as smart as this guy. And so they'll just sideline him, and they'll just manage him. They'll just commit resources to like isolating and managing him, right? Which is essentially what happens in his companies already. We already have people in his companies saying that, like, yeah, when Elon shows up, we have like a department whose entire job it is to just manage Elon. And he walks around with his cock out, swinging his dick and saying ridiculous things. And we have somebody who's like, good idea, Elon. And then we kind of discuss them afterwards. Like, okay, cool. Let's just move on with like what the job actually is, as opposed to this nonsense, right? He's just the living embodiment of like things happen in spite of capitalism, and then people who try to defend capitalism are like, look, the thing that we managed to accomplish under the burdenous weight of capitalism. And then you look over at a country like China and they're just like building 100 times as fast, innovating, doing all kinds of like, here's a new, I keep talking about China. Here's the new one from China. Hold on, I got it. It's right here. I'm the greatest. This is so good. You guys are gonna love it. Oh my God. Absolutely. Have I lost it? Have I lost it amongst like genocide and microplastics in our brains? Flying taxis prepare for liftoff in China as first companies gain key license. Flying cars, everyone. Flying cars. They're doing it. You know that thing that we were always promised, right? That throughout like the 50s and 60s, there was like this, and then we'll have flying cars, and everybody had that kind of idea, right? Oh, XD writes, is it I Show Speed? So that's a reference to, there's a streamer, he's like a 21-year-old streamer named I Show Speed. He went over to China, and he basically just like walked around China, and millions and millions and millions of people just watched him walk around China. And we're like, whoa, China's like that? It's like this kid basically destroyed like trillions of dollars worth of propaganda by going to China and walking around. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. Like, that's how pathetic the propaganda system has become. That's how ridiculous it's all become. And of course, it leads a commentator like me to point out, like, how weak-willed are we that we're still listening to these fraudulent liars who have only lied to you ever, and instead of like just looking at a person who's going to China and being like, yeah, check it, look at the thing they have. Yeah, I Show Speed showing the US how advanced China is. Yeah, and it's not hard. You literally just need to walk around. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about that it's going to get obvious. It's just going to get so obvious that what we are doing here in the West is backwards and incorrect and wrong. Just absolutely false. Like, we're literally looking at a country, like if the high-speed rail's not getting you, the thorium reactors are going to get you, the solar paneled satellites are going to get you, the moon base is going to get millions of people. Millions of people are just going to be like, what are you talking about? They have a manned moon base like on the moon. Like, what are you even talking about? And so all we have left is this falling into this kind of delusional state and this demented, highly hyper-religious mindset. It's just all we have left. Islamabad, good to see you. People talk about how advanced China is. They literally ignore any American wealthy city tech just because it's China. I don't really understand your point, Islamabad. Like, China is far more advanced than America. They're the industry leaders in basically every industry right now. Yeah, Elon is a nuisance to anyone, writes Hall. Nobody wants him, but it's just money, right? Like, this is the fatal flaw of this kind of kleptocratic worldview. If all you do is care about money, well, you just end up with these losers, and they're terrible at bad ideas. Joe writes, yeah, it was so pathetic listening to him stumble through telling supporters they aren't getting stimulus checks in Wisconsin. Yeah, like, so many people who voted Trump are going to bounce off of them, right? And of course, it's going to turn into a like, well, now we got to vote Democrats. Okay, cool. Like, there's your ratchet. Like, so the continuous decline of America just continues, right? We're just going to continue spiraling downwards as fast as possible, because it's going to be Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, and then everybody's going to be like, wow, why is everyone poor? I can't imagine. You voted for it. Joe writes, yes, that he can't even seem to consider actually doing good things with it all speaks volumes, any of them. Yeah, you could just give money. Islamabad, Elon Musk's Starlink is one of the few competing with NASA. Why are we competing with NASA? Like that, like really think about how dumb that sounds. Oh, okay, so we just have an Elon Musk apologist in the chat. So no Nazi apologetics. So get the fuck out of here. No Nazi apologetics, no Nazi apologizers, no Nazi collaborators. Get the fuck out. Bye, you fucking creepy, weird Nazi apologist. Your fucking Elon Musk dude was throwing up Nazi salutes and funds Nazi parties. Get the fuck out of here, you Nazi. Go fucking be a Nazi somewhere else, you creep. Follow your leader. Jesus fucking Christ. Just the people who want to jerk off in front of me about how, no, Elon, he's actually good. He's actually good. He's not a total, utter failure. Completely, totally. Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here, you creepy, weird little Nazi kid. Ugh. And that's like the first thing that you should do, right? Like that shit right there. Like if that's happening in front of you, that's exactly how you should be talking to these people. You should be calling them Nazis, because they are, right? And then you should escalate from there, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Ugh. Just so weird. Like, Elon Musk has had no successes. He's delivered no successes to anyone. The successes that he has done is basically things NASA did 30 years ago. Like, he's only been a gatekeeper. He's only slowed things down. He's only caused problems for everyone. And yet everybody is still like, Daddy Elon. Oh, Daddy Elon. Oh, shut up. It's just embarrassing. And I certainly don't need to see it in my chat. Like, Caitlin's got it right, man. Just another banger from Caitlin Johnstone. Liberals believe in nothing and remember even less. Just an absolute indication that the society is in this free fall decline, that they can't even believe their eyes, right? That if the choice comes to believe Daddy Elon or believe your eyes, they choose Daddy Elon. Because they don't even believe in themselves, right? They can't even look at something and be like, oh yeah, 1 + 1 in fact does equal 2. No. Just got to come in here and spread their Nazi apologetics around. Creepy as shit. Ugh. So, yeah. And I mean, Joe's got it right? What wasted potential, this Elon cult. Why are they convinced his rockets are so great? Yeah, they keep blowing up. Like, what has he actually accomplished? Like, that's the question that I keep asking. What has he actually done? Like, what's his great accomplishment? What's the big thing that he's supposed to hang his hat on? And near as I can tell, it's just, oh, he does a lot of stuff. Okay, cool. Like, so what? Like, wasting your money and building a whole bunch of shit and causing problems for everybody, right, isn't an achievement. It's just a fucking problem. The goat. Bootlicker logic. We can only do cool civilization advancing things if one person can get obscenely rich off the backs of other people's hard work. Yeah. Like, it can't possibly be the case that we just collectively come together and use institutional power to achieve goals. Like, that can't be possibly it, right? It just goes to show you that, like, the propaganda system and the de-education system does a good job of getting people to buy in to these obviously failed ideas that don't work for obvious reasons. Like, to me, the big hallmark of why the society is for sure collapsing is that at the highest possible level are still people who are hyper focused on the profit motive, like Mark Carney, right? My prime minister here in Canada, right? He still believes, in spite of all of its many failures, he still believes in this religious ideology of the profit motive. That if we all just hyper focus on making money for ourselves, then somehow that will organize the society in a way that's beneficial for everyone. Like, and communists get accused of being utopians, right? Like, what's more utopian than believing this? What's more utopian than believing this idea that if we all just hyper focus on the profit motive, then everything will work out for everyone in a positive way? Well, and it just goes to show you that, like, Mark Carney may have glanced at Marx enough to be able to kind of comment on it loosely, but he's just as illiterate as the rest of them, because Marx is the one that pointed it out. Marx is the one that was just like, yeah, eventually production is no longer able to make profit. That you either produce so much of the thing, right, or you drive wages down so much that people can't buy your product anymore, and so it's no longer profitable. And so what happens to production? And when you look at what's happening in the West, right, like the fact that Donald Trump is able to wipe out $2 trillion from the stock market shows you that it's all just fabricated bullshit, right? It's all just fabricated nonsense. Like, it's all just paper that they're looking at one another, just like trading around, right? They're not actually producing anything of value. Wax Nightmare over on Twitch says that's because everyone is just their group. Yeah, I think that's an important point. Like, people just want to be on the in group, right? Like, that's how cults work, right? If you have no direction in your life and you have no internal strength, if you're not actually capable of standing up on your own 2 feet and you have no principles, right? Then you're just looking for somebody to give you guidance in your life, right? That's the reason why people like Russell Brand and Jordan Peterson exist, because you have all these aimless, wandering people who just grab hold of whoever's in front of them. And of course, who are the people who are in front of them? Well, the people who the power structure is just blaring in front of them as loudly as possible, right? So they grab hold of it. And sure, it's bad ideas, and sure, it's obvious grifting, but at least it's something, right? At least it's something to fill the empty void inside of themselves. Like, we used to do Jesus. Like, that used to be the thing. We used to go to church. We used to have this. Right? But people stopped doing that, and now they have no sense of themselves or what this reality is. And so when you end up in this position, you just end up turning to grifters, because grifters give easy answers, or at least answers to the inherent curiosities and the mystery that exists within yourself. And these grifters are able to tell whatever story they want. And usually that story revolves around buy my book and buy my products, right? Big shocker there. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe, by the way. If you want to spend time in a no-Nazi space, and if you want some catharsis in your life, be sure to like, share, subscribe. Tell your friends. I definitely have been shadow banned, so YouTube doesn't spread me around very much. So please tell your friends, please tell people, please, I don't know, clip me, do all that shit. Anemone, good to see you. Yeah, like, Joe writes, nothing is more utopian or delusional. Yeah, like we are at a point now where neoliberal economics is the most utopian worldview. Like, the Marxist worldview is literally just saying, hey, workers don't have control of the means of production, and they should. Like, fundamentally, if you wanted to boil it down to its, like, most core statement, that's its most core statement. And it's not a utopian idea. there are structures where workers do own the means of production, right? And no Marxist makes the claim that this is going to result in some sort of utopian hyper future for anyone, right? But we will say that it's better than capitalism. Content, good to see you. The Goat writes, the religious text in the West is much more Atlas Shrugged than the Bible. Praise supply side Jesus. That's right. Dude, how I wish these people actually read their own Bible. How I wish they did that. How I wish the society was full of people who, instead of just blindly saying praise Jesus, actually opened up that book and actually read the Bible and actually read who this Jesus guy was. Because, like, nothing would destroy the modern capitalist ethos faster than people actually reading about who Jesus Christ was. These phonies, these posers who pretend to be Christians, walking around clutching the Bible so tight that they can't be arsed to open it up and read it. Like, they have no idea who these people are. They have no idea what their faith is. And if you walk up to them and quote scripture to them, if you walk up to them and quote the words of Jesus Christ to them, they think you're woke. And they'll say, right? Joe points out, yeah, the Rand Corporation, yeah. No, and it shows you, like, how pathetic we are, right? Like, we're literally rooting our philosophical worldview in the writings of, like, a third tier kind of hack author whose own life was a repudiation of her theory, right? She died on welfare. Like, she died utterly abandoned by the people she spent her life defending, surviving on government handouts. Like, what do you need? What do you need to see to see that maybe this woman was wrong? Maybe trying to make a philosophy out of selfishness didn't work out, right? Maybe it ended up being backwards. Wax Nightmare, I'm playing Minecraft, but yes, I'm listening. Yeah, I assume half of you are playing some kind of video game or doing some kind of thing right now, because that's how people consume media. That's what I do. Like, I'm not, like, sitting down and watching a news that, or sitting down and, like, watching a lecture. You know, nobody does that. That's why I think YouTube ads are so stupid. Like, they're so Netflix is like this too. Like, you guys need to be making these ads to be more like radio. Like, stop thinking we're sitting there staring at it with our eyeballs wide open, glued to the screen, because we're not. Right? We're doing other things. Hall writes, Jesus is too woke, my man. Yeah. Like, that's the goal of the modern day capitalist organization, is to keep people asleep, right? Keep people entranced. Like, asleep is the wrong way of thinking about it. Entranced is the right way to think about it. Entranced is correct. That you guys have heard me talk about this over and over again, and I'm going to continue talking about it so that you can kind of see it in your own life. Because I actually think that this is the one conspiracy theory that I will absolutely entertain and I will absolutely buy into. That mesmerized, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? We're mesmerized that the so we know that the CIA, because of the Church Commission back in the 70s, we know that the CIA was experimenting with mind control technologies. We know that their goal was to attempt to control people's minds because they're an evil, psychotic terrorist organization. Like, we know that they are. And we haven't done another Church Commission on the CIA since. which is outrageous. We absolutely should be doing a church commission on these guys at least once a decade, for sure. It should be built in, like, just should absolutely be built into the structure of the thing. Anemone, like Hypnotoad, drink Slurm. Yeah. All hail Hypnotoad. The number one television show. Futurama, what a great show. And so I think that it's childish to believe that the CIA is not continuing to pursue mind control technology. They absolutely are pursuing mind control technology. And so we have seen, and there are specialists in this who can hypnotize people through screens. Right? You can be mesmerized and you can be hypnotized through screens. Like, that's just a reality. There's articles in Psychology Today that you can go read. 20 to 25% of the populace is susceptible to this, where they can just be hypnotized and mesmerized through screens. And only something like 15% of the populace is immune to it. So that means that, like, between 50 and 60% of the populace has some degree, like, they're not vulnerable to it, but they can be affected by it, right? And when are your defenses most down? When are you most susceptible? Well, when you're a willing participant and you're willingly engaging with it, right? Like social media, sounds right. Like television, sounds right. Where you just sit down and just like doom scroll, right? Well, while you're doom scrolling, well, you think the CIA is not trying to fuck with your brain? You think they're not trying to get in there and tinker around? And my feeling, and you'll observe it, right? Keep it in the back of your brain and you'll observe it. You'll see the phenomenon that what the CIA is doing is they're not trying to create like Manchurian candidates. They're not trying to make it so that, like, I'll say the word and then they'll go, I must kill the propaganda. Like, they're not going to be like that, right? But what they're doing is they're connecting heightened emotions to specific words. So they're incepting trigger words inside of people so that when they hear those words, they have an emotional reaction. And I think that there is a great deal of this that exists in the society. There are Trump supporters who are calling it Trump derangement syndrome, right? And I think that they might be right. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Donald Trump is a shitbag who we should absolutely criticize, and he's a con man and a thief, absolutely. But I have seen people lose their capacity for rational thought, right? So it's not unbelievable to me to think that certain people have been incepted to go into a rage or to experience heightened anger when discussing the subject of Donald Trump. And I feel like words like communism, welfare, these words have been incepted so that when you hear them, you have an instant and immediate emotional response. And why that's important for a terrorist organization like the CIA to do is that if a person is struggling with their emotions, if they're dealing with their emotions, then you can't reason with them. But that's just a hard truism. If a person is in like a heightened state of survival, flight or fight, or anger, or disgust, you're not going to be able to reason with them, right? They are going to have to find a way through their emotional self first, which incidentally, nobody does, right? Nobody has a toolkit for how to actually navigate their emotional selves. And that's the reason why religious organizations existed, because everyone needed some way to navigate their emotional selves. So they found Jesus, right? Like the psychological approach is actually extremely new, and I think people don't realize that. Like the movie Inside Out might literally be one of the most accurate portrayals that have come out of the West, and even it's fairly inaccurate. So and so if they can control the algorithms, like Austin Wallace is pointing out, right? If they're doing it, they're failing because I've only got commie stuff on my feeds. Well, good for you. Why would I ever stop experimenting if they could get away with it? Yeah, why would they stop experimenting if they could get away with it? But if they can control the algorithm, if they can shadow ban people, right? If they can hypnotize people through screens, if they can mesmerize people through screens, they can absolutely incept people with these trigger words. And I have had full-blown conversation. I've had full-blown conversations with people where they have been telling me about how we need to do communism, right? Because these are just ideas that they themselves have come up with them and their drinking buddies. And they are telling me about communism. And then I say, yeah, this sounds like communism, or this sounds like something Karl Marx wrote, right? And I've said so in an encouraging way. I've been like, hey, Karl Marx wrote about this kind of stuff. Like, you should look into it to kind of crystallize what it is. And instantaneously, they're just done. The conversation ends. They're not capable of moving forward. They immediately just go down the 100 trillion iPhone. It just disconnects from rational logic and reality. And they just fall into the script, right? And the script is, don't you know communism has killed 100 million people? And then I just say, when? And they go, and they have no answer, right? And then they're embarrassed that they have no answer, right? And so that's angering, right? Because people are angered at their own embarrassment, right? And you can make a person who actually believes the things that the CIA has incepted inside of them feel very stupid, very, very, very quickly, just by being like, when? What happened? And then all of a sudden they realize that they don't know anything about the subject. And you're just like, well, who told you this? Like, where did you hear this from? The same people who have been lying to you your entire life about every subject you've ever experienced. But you believe them full-throatedly and full-heartedly on this subject. Okay, why? They just can't continue the conversation. And I've seen it enough to just be like, okay, there's something else happening here. There's something else happening here. This isn't like something like, people are not reading like scholarly articles in the newspaper. People aren't even getting this from their schools, right? Like there's another phenomenon happening for sure, 100%. I've seen it over and over and over and over again. And of course, it starts to fail, right? Like, people can be woken up from it. People can be woken up from being mesmerized. But it takes enough people to actively support an idea or to embrace a word. So socialism is one that happened recently, right? And all the news stations commented on it, right? Remember? Do we all remember? I know that we don't have a collective memory. We don't have institutional memory. We don't have anybody, like, journalists are cowards and they don't try to uphold the memory of the nation or anything. But does everybody remember how when Bernie Sanders started running and he said, I'm a socialist, there was this big hoopla about it? And one of the big comments that everybody made about Sanders was, wow, even a year ago, saying that you were a socialist would be a political death knell. Nobody would take that seriously. Well, why do you think that is? Right? Do you think it's because the nation is going like, well, let's take a look at what does he mean about socialism and reaching like intelligent conclusions? Or do you think it's because people are living in a state of hyper-focused survivalism and anxiety and depression? Where they hear the word socialism, they just go, socialism, 100 million dead, Which one do you think it is? And things have just gotten so bad and so ridiculous and so obvious that enough people finally went, socialism, okay, cool. Like Denmark, right? Like Sweden and Switzerland, right? Like that kind of socialism. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then that kind of washed it away. And the only people who were left still going, socialism, were the Nazis. Just straight up people who were like, we should round people up and incarcerate them and send them to Ecuadorian prisons and forget where they are. Like, and we all watched that happen, right? We watched a word go from being demonic and evil and unsayable, unstatable, like Voldemort. And in the space of a single year, we watched it become common parlance in the language, right? And that's because enough people woke up. Enough people were demesmerized. The reality that was in front of them and was so bad, and the vision they had for what they wanted the reality to be and to become was only expressible through the word socialism. That we should socialize systems, like the healthcare system should be socialized, right? And so that broke it down. And we're going to see more of that as people become demesmerized, as reality declines, and as people's visions of what reality could be. Like, this is why I think it's so important to continuously bring up China and to continuously bring up nations that are actually advancing. Because we don't need to rely on imagination any longer. We have a physical thing that we can point at. We have a physical place where it could be like, look at this place. Look, how are they doing this? Look at it. Here it is. And people will look at their own reality and then look at the reality that exists for other people and be like, how do we get from here to there? Like, what's the jump? What's the gap? And people like me will be like, well, baby, that's communism, right? And then the trigger word, the emotional trigger word that the CIA has incepted inside of them will come up, but then they'll see the reality and this will all dissipate and this will all diffuse. And then the mesmerizing aspect of it will sparkle away and they won't be able to maintain it any longer. It'll be like a bell will go off and somebody will be like, the curse is broken. Ding, 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 ding. And like the spell will be lifted. And I absolutely 100% think that should America ever get to a place where they're doing another church commission, which, God, like, hopefully in my lifetime that might happen. The one thing that I will absolutely be like looking out for is this, like, hey, remember how I've been saying? Remember what I've been saying? Here's the CIA confessing to it. Here it is. Here it is. So that's the one conspiracy theory that I'm willing to adopt. Because I've just seen enough evidence. There's just enough evidence now. New CIA drone pilot. Ecuadorian prisons have no space, John. We aren't talking prisoners. Maybe some nonviolent migrants without paperwork, but that's not confirmed. El Salvador is taking the prisoners. Yeah, like, we're sending them just random people we pick up off the street, right? Like, the American government is committed to kidnapping people off the streets and to send them to Ecuadorian prisons. This is being reported in The Guardian. Here, hold on. I got it. I'm all prepared for this, guys. I'm the greatest commentator you have ever seen in your life. This is smooth. This is great. Yeah, here you go. The U.S. government is effectively kidnapping people for opposing genocide. Just like rounding people up off the streets. Like if you stand up and say, hey, maybe committing a genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza, if you say that in public in America, that gets you abducted, you know, like Nazi Germany, right? And where are they sending them? They're sending them to these black sites. Like for God's sakes, we've got Donald Trump outright standing in front of the Supreme Court saying, hey, I should have black sites. Yeah. Trump is asking the Supreme Court to let him have black sites. Like it's over, baby. Like it's over. I think people still think there's going to be like a judicial solution. No. Like, what are you talking about? No, there isn't. Like, it's over, baby. Like, these people are just rounding up people, sending, and we even have stories about how the Supreme Court is saying to the administration, hey, you grabbed some random hairdresser who wasn't guilty of any crime, had not done anything, and sent him to an El Salvadorian prison. You got to bring that guy back. Like, that was not a good thing to do. And the response from the administration was, well, he's out of our jurisdiction now. So they can kidnap a person off the street, bring them to a foreign country, abandon them in that foreign country, in a for-profit private prison, by the way, big fucking shocker there, leave, and then say, oopsie-doo, well, he's there now, nothing we can do about it. That is what they are doing. That is the thing that they are doing. These people are Nazis, right? And what's the Supreme Court's response to it? Oh, gosh and gee darn. And even if the Supreme Court said, well, here's your punishment, you got to do that, they just wouldn't do it. Like, they just wouldn't do it. Like, this is the thing that I'm trying to hammer into people's brains. Like, what you are seeing in terms of the judiciary, right? What you are seeing in terms of the lawyers coming together and the politicians coming together and having discussions about it is performance, and it's only performance. That the political structure only exists in the way that theater exists. It's performative exclusively. And the performances are getting a bit more dramatic, right? The performers are doing more to try to convince you that the performance is worth watching and that the performance is the politics. Like this Cory Booker story, right? Cory Booker breaks Senate speech record with 25-hour marathon. Well, do you know what happened right after this marathon finished? Do you know what happened after this big filibuster happened? They put up the bill and then everybody voted for the bill. Even the Democrats. So Cory Booker did this to make this headline, to try to convince people that the performances matter and that the performance of politics is the same as politics. But at the end of the day, his own party just goes along with it. They don't give a fuck. Like, they don't give a fuck. I'm really trying to make people understand this. Is that this is all a sham. It's all a show. It's not real. It is just performance. And that the goal of the performance is to try to convince you to continue putting energy into the dead end that they claim is politics. And it isn't politics. Like this story from New Mexico, where they're graffitiing and throwing Molotov cocktails, that's politics, baby. There's your politics. Like, you want to see what politics really look like? There it is. The response by the performance wing, by the entertainment wing of the capitalist death cult, that's not politics. And when one of the performers does an extravagant performance, right? And it is an extravagant performance, like on a performative level, right? From one entertainer to another, I can respect what Cory Booker did here. I'm like, wow, Cory Booker, 25-hour marathon. That's crazy, dude. I must have, look at all the energy he put into it. Look at all the lines he read. Look at all the stories he told, right? And he performed his role perfectly, which is to be controlled dissent. That's the role of the Democratic Party, is to be controlled dissent. And and because things have gotten so much more extreme, that the system of electoral politics in America has become so incredulous, it no longer has credibility as an organization. And most people in America know this, which is why most people in America don't vote. Because the system has no credibility whatsoever, then it forces the performers to do larger and more extravagant performances. Here it is. And you even have like Mr. Controlled Dissent himself, Bernard Sanders. 1% has sapped 79 trillion in wealth from the bottom 90% since 1975. Right? They have to at least say some truth. Right? They have to at least point at something and be like, yeah, this is a real thing that's actually happening. And so when you're in a system that no longer has credibility, is no longer interested in governing, where everyone is corrupt, right? Like, corruption is the rule. The Garden State is writing, he receives $700,000 from APAC too, right? Like, once you see that the system of American quote-unquote democracy is corrupt, like corrupt to the root, like the tree is black and dead. It's never going to produce anything you want it to ever. It's not capable of doing it. It can't do it. And the people walking around being like, we just need to get the money out of politics. It's like, okay, cool. How are you going to do that? Because you're never going to vote for that. Like, no politician is ever going to vote on a bill that says do that. Like, that's not a real thing that's ever going to happen. And so the only solution that remains for anyone in the country is to foment revolution. That's all that remains. Like, JFK outright said it. We're familiar with the quote. And so I don't know why we're still pretending as though there is ever going to be a judicial response, right? Like, these guys are getting together in like signal chats and orchestrating bombing campaigns on the Yemenis. Like, they don't care about rules. They don't care about the law. There is no such thing as laws. The only reason they write down things as laws is as threats to you, to remind you that, yeah, if we want to kick in your door and steal you, we will. And here are the reasons that we're willing to give forward for why we might do that. But the truth is that we will just do that anyway. We don't need legal reasons. We don't need to have stated anything. If we suspect that you're gay, if you have a tattoo that we don't like, and then when you parse it and parse it and parse it and parse it, you're just like, oh, like anyone you don't like. Like, leftists get accused of calling, anything you don't like, you just call Nazis, right? That's the accusation that comes to leftists. Well, right-wingers literally kidnap people they don't like. Like, they're doing it right in front of your face. And the charming, naive belief that we're somehow going to vote our way out of this, the charming, naive belief that we're somehow going to negotiate with these people, the charming, naive belief that we're going to that suddenly they're going to start following the rules because we told them is ridiculous. These people are Nazis. We're watching the Nazis take power. They are Nazis. Like, the only thing that they will respond to is confrontation, direct confrontation. Wax Nightmare right, laws exist for those who cannot exist without them. That's a fun little turn of phrase, for sure. And the whole time I'm watching this happen, I'm just like I have no idea what to do anymore. It's like everyone is mesmerized. Everyone is entranced. Like, what we have to do is very clear, right? We have to surround the halls of power and we have to stay there. Like, and we have to enable radical militant people. Like, when Luigi Mangione shoots somebody, we have to all go yay and erect statues to them. Like, that's where we're at. We're no longer in a state where we can ever look at what the system of power is doing and expect it to operate for our benefit. Ever. Under any circumstances. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, they're never going to do anything to help you. It's just not going to happen. Joe writes, more projection. They call everyone radical left lunatics. Well, yeah, because if you're to the left of Adolf Hitler, you're a radical left lunatic now. Right? Like we're at the point now where, like, Joe Rogan is bringing on people who are like, well, Hitler didn't do, not everything Hitler did was bad. Say what you like about Adolf Hitler, but he loved the German people. Yeah, that's definitely what a guy does when he loves his people, is he murders millions of them and has the infrastructure of the nation destroyed and humiliates the nation on the largest scale possible. Like, when did Nazism become cool in America? Like, when did this become the normal? When did it become standard that we're all supposed to be like, yeah, Nazis, everything's fine. Yeah, sure. Nazism is just another ideology. You're just can you imagine if people acted this way to any other ideology? No, because the ideology we're talking about is Nazism. Right? Like, right? And then what do you get back? Nothing. They just walk away. Right? They don't want to have a conversation with somebody who understands what Nazism is. They don't want to have a conversation with somebody who understands what you need to do in the face of Nazis. Like, the fortunately, what seems to be happening on the global stage, because of this obvious overt rising Nazism, it looks as though the rest of the world is going, oh shit, we should join forces. We got from Reuters, China, Japan, South Korea will jointly respond to U.S. tariffs, Chinese state media says. It's actually enormous, right? Japan and South Korea have been American vassals since World War II. So for South Korea and Japan to work with China in the face of these U.S. tariffs is an enormous sea change. It's a huge, huge, huge shift. And like, I can't imagine how it must be like to be a Japanese citizen right now, or to be a South Korean citizen right now. I can't imagine what it must be like to be living in these, like, island nations and, like, these smaller nations who have always relied on the support of America in order to maintain their position, right? And to watch this absolute dragon, this absolute leviathan just go, like, as much as I have critical support for China, I can respect the very human reaction of just, like, in the space since 1980 to now. So in the space of 40 years, you just watch China just go, like, build entire cities out of nothing. Just and the huge high-speed rail systems, enormous power, like enormous projects like the Three Gorges Dam, like launching rockets into space and just suddenly becoming this massive, enormous superpower while your culture basically stayed exactly where it was. Just how things were 40 years ago is how things are today. Only slightly worse because you haven't even maintained the stuff you have. Right? Jeff, good to see you. Anemone writes, post-Columbine shooting, I would say, when Nazism was normalized in the US. That was sort of like the beginning of the school shooting phenomenon in America, at least its popularization, where Michael Moore makes this documentary, right, Bowling for Columbine. And the hope, I think, amongst the American left, such that it exists, was that something should be done about this. We should look at why this is happening, right? And of course, then the response from the system of power was, no, we don't care. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers by American, by guns. Like, that's it. And so the school shooting phenomenon continued until we've just kind of been numb to it now. Like, school shootings are just part of American culture now. It's just normal. People expect it. They've gone so far to like literally build infrastructure in schools in the case of school shootings. Yeah, they blamed musicians, blamed video games. Yeah, blamed everything except like the ease of access to guns. And hey, maybe kids don't like the fact that they're being abandoned. Like, kids understand. Like, I can't imagine what it must be like to be a 12-year, like to be in grade 12. Like, if you're a 17-year-old, 18-year-old right now and you're in high school, right, and all you've ever known is this like shitty indoctrination system, but at least it's something. And then they're saying, okay, time for you to go out into the world, and you look out into your world and it's just a wasteland. And it is. It's just a wasteland, no matter where you live, right? Like, there's no opportunity. There's nothing there for anybody. And the people who have wealth are literally sitting there saying the stupidest things you've ever heard. Like, they can't be stupider. Like, just shake a guy's hand. Yeah, I became an entrepreneur back when you could make $1 million by selling rocks to people and call it a pet rock. Ha. Yeah, everybody had disposable income, so selling things was easy. Now everyone is scrabbling and scraping, but you can sell to them. Like, that's what these dislocated narcissistic psychopaths sound like. And they think they're helping. Because it worked for me back when everybody had $1 million in their back pocket. Back when people could spend money on disposable incomes. And houses were you could buy a house for $10,000. And they're just completely detached from the reality of the modern era. And so, of course, you're going to get kids who are just going to be like, fuck you. Fuck this shit. And imagine the sense of betrayal, right? That you have all these teachers and you have this institution that claims to exist to help you. But then now that you're of age, they essentially say, okay, you're on your own now. Cut loose. Yeah, hard to see why some kids would turn against that system. Hard to see how that would happen. Like, we're so demented as a people. Like, we have no ability. We have no willingness, desire even, to pause and be introspective. And so the people who are willing to stand up and be like, hey, we should maybe be a bit introspective. We should maybe be self-critical and have some self-analysis. Well, they get thrown to the fringes because you're not allowed to do that. Garden State writes, I was depressed for years after high school. Years. This year might be the first time I felt quote unquote normal. Well, be careful on that one. As a person who went through the whole depression song and dance himself, you can just get that normalized. Your state of being can just become normalized. So you can be living in a state of heightened anxiety. You can be living in a state of depression. You can be living in a state of being and just think that that's normal, right? Meanwhile, your flight or fight instinct is completely triggered and you're just rushing around reacting to everything. Like, so I always caution myself and I always caution others. Like, be careful, because once you actually start thinking to yourself, oh, I feel normal today, or I feel this today, and okay, do you? Like, do you feel normal? Or have you just gotten used to it? Have you just normalized it in your life and just decided that's who you are now? So I'm always skeptical, and I always caution people against that. Garden State says, I didn't know I was depressed. I wasn't sad. I thought I was just lazy. Yeah, look, if you are in a system that's actively destroying itself, the most reasonable response to it is to fall into a state of despair and not participate. Like, if I woke up in a reality and I was surrounded by people who thought kidnapping people and murdering them in public was a fine and dandy way to run an economy, and they had a whole economic structure built on the idea of, oh, did you see that person that Bill kidnapped the other day? Yeah, hung him up right in the middle of town square. Yeah, he made $1 million doing that. Wow, what a great spectacle show that was, right? Yeah, I'd say the most rational response to that would be to not want to participate and to fall into a state of despair for its existence. We got a new chatter over on Twitch. 80 Gaming. What are we talking about today? The decline of Western civilization. The swift decline. Good evening to you. Another first-time chatter. Gimbleweed, good to see you. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, queries, you fire away. I only have 3 rules. Don't insult me. No Nazism. And please no like flat earth or dumb shit. Like, just respond to reality. Garden State, it's much easier to be a nihilist than a communist. Communism has given me purpose. Yeah, that's an interesting one, Garden State. Like, nihilism, like just the idea that, like, well, this is all meaningless, it's all for nothing. I just have never been able to maintain that inside of myself. Like, there is a bottom to that, and the bottom is a contradiction. Like, nihilism is a kind of a contradiction, right? Like, if you were really a nihilist, like if you were really a true nihilist, and you really actually believed that this is meaningless, this is pointless, then you should kill yourself. Like, if you wanted to be an honest nihilist, right? Oh, this is meaningless, this is pointless, it's all torment. All, okay, cool, kill yourself. Just get on with it, right? Why don't you, right? Well, people don't, because there's things like basic curiosity. I got to tell you, I think basic curiosity keeps people around more than anything. Just the basic curiosity of, like, what is tomorrow going to look like? What is around the corner? What is next? What is going to happen? Shakespeare postulated in his speech, is to be or not to be speech with Hamlet, that the primary thing that keeps people from killing themselves is fear of the unknown. That we have an imagination of what happens in the afterlife. And the fear of that imagined reality is always worse than the experience that you're having currently today, right? And so things could be worse, keeps people around for a long, long time. Gimbleweed says, with the rare exceptions such as yourself, Canadian commie, I lament the extent of liberal infection in the Americas. The American left is inculcated with liberalism throughout. Yeah, that's on purpose. Like, it didn't just happen, right? The McCarthy era happened. The purging of actual leftist thought from academies and schools and education and entertainment systems happened. It was intentional. It was on purpose. There's an entire terrorist organization in the United States called the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, that exists specifically to root out and destroy leftist movements through America. So it makes sense that all that you would have left would be fascists and the people who call themselves liberals and then end up being fascists anyway. Right? That's what makes sense. 80 Gaming says, what do you think of Yemen's oppressors, the Houthis? I mean, be careful saying things like Yemen's oppressors. Like, we don't actually really understand the relationship between the Houthis and Yemen. Like, be more skeptical of what Western sources have to say about anything, frankly. But what do we think about the Houthis attacking Israel and U.S. commercial ships? So, great question. Great question. So here's Yemen, right? No one in Yemen is pro-West. So I don't really know where this narrative of like the Houthis are oppressing Yemen. It's like Yemen has been in an incredible state of destruction and war for decades and decades and decades, experienced a famine, all of this. And most of that is because of Saudi Arabia at the behest of Western forces, right? But Saudi Arabia has its own agenda. And I could go into Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they're evil Machiavellian geniuses. If the people that were running Saudi Arabia were running America, we would be in a lot more trouble. Yemen, as you'll see, right? Yemen has this really interesting position along the coast here, the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea. This, here's Israel, right? So Israel shoots out of a port right here, boop, through the Gulf of Aqaba into the Red Sea. And then right as they come into this pinch point, the Houthis have been attacking ships have been attacking ships with drones, basically. Cheap-ass drones, right? Like $50 drones. Sometimes suicide drones, sometimes equipped drones, but drones, right? It's shitty for everyone involved in the boats. The reason why the Houthis have been doing this is because the Houthis are standing in solidarity against the Israelis because of the Gazan genocide. And really, the same genocide is happening in the West Bank, but nobody gives a fuck about that. Because the Gazan Strip is so just obvious. Like, it's just so blatant and so in front of your face. So the Houthis are standing in solidarity with the Palestinians who are being genocided by the Israelis. The Israelis are trying to get trade goods past the Houthis, and the Houthis are stopping them. And because most of that trade is private, privately held ships, these corporations have basically just, they looked at their spreadsheet and they were just like, well, cons outweigh the pros, so we're not going to float boats by Yemen anymore. So this forces the Israelis to go all the way through the Mediterranean Sea, all the way around the Horn of Africa in order to get goods into China, which, I mean, China is the largest trading partner with everybody right now. You want to be trading with China. And so this increases shipping costs by like 50%. It's a major economic blow to Israel. And so that's what's happening. What's my opinion of it? Get fucked, Israel. Get completely fucked, you Zionist Nazis. Get utterly wrecked, you genocidal psychopaths. I hope worse things happen to Israel. By a lot. By a significant margin. These people are Nazis and Zionists. They deserve everything they get. No two-state solution. Uh, 80 Gaming writes, I don't think it's genocide. Goodbye. No Nazis in the chat. No Zionist apologencia, no Nazi apologencia, and no disconnecting from reality. You're just a fucking flat earth Nazi. Get the fuck out of here. No Nazis in the chat. Like, go fuck yourself. Gimbleweed says perhaps if Israel behaved themselves, they wouldn't have to reroute shipping. Israel can't do it though. Like it's a state that's built on violence and genocide. It's acting exactly the way that has been structured to act. Like, this is how Israel came into existence in the modern era, right? It came into existence through genocide, through colonialism, through stealing people's land, and they can't stop. And a big reason why they can't stop is that they've erected their institutions on those principles. Like, you can see video of people who have gone in to Israeli education systems, and the children are being taught that Palestinians are animals. The children are being taught that it's righteous to go murder Palestinians. And the children will tell you that. Like, you can see videos of this, and you can talk to the rabbis who teach this. Like, this is a structural in-bed problem where the Zionist state has essentially become a Nazi state. And at this point, it's obvious. It's clownishly obvious. And so the people who come in here and deny that it's a genocide, they're just Nazis, right? And maybe they don't think that they're Nazis, but they're too stupid then. So you're either too stupid to talk to, or you're literally a Nazi. And we should not be tolerating this anymore. Like, tolerating these people is what's gotten us in this mess. And why do you think they go to such extreme measures to purge people out of the civil society who hold these views? It's because they understand that they don't have a leg to stand on. They can't actually defend themselves anymore. So all they can do is just fill up time and act and play dumb and pretend like it's not happening. Dennis Paco, how you doing? What are you guys talking about? What would you like to talk about, mate? Right now, we were just talking about Israel, but we generally are talking about the decline of Western civilization and the collapse of the West into its own ruin. Like, it is being isolated. I think that's what's important to understand, is that the West is being isolated, and it's not going to recover. Wax Nightmare says, basically, my question is, why do you think China is trading with Israel? What's the benefit to them? So China, like, it's not China trading with Israel. It's organizations within China. And China doesn't, like, as much as I like to defend the CCP, they're not gods. They don't have overwhelming total control of all things that are possible. And so there are companies within China that trade with Israel. And the CCP has banned certain types of trade, military equipment, that kind of thing. But China's position globally, up until very recently, they have changed this position a little bit, has basically been, what happens in your country is an internal dispute. We are not going to, we can encourage you and try to teach, but we are not going to do things to interfere. They have a real non-interference policy. That has changed recently. China has made pretty bold statements about the genocide in Israel. But the reality is that if China feels like it can get something that will help China, they'll get it. And that's been their position, and that's been their foreign policy for a long, long time. And communists, I think, critique that position for various reasons. And I think it is a position that should be criticized. I think it is something that we should be critical of, and we should say more about it. But it really, I feel like it's a good policy for China to follow because it gets them into less entanglements. It causes less problems for China. And China gets to continue forward with this understanding that, like, look, even if we get involved in places and we're well meant, we're trying our best, all we can do is cause more problems. And so while certain things might be horrible internally, we consider it internal. Now, Israel is a touch different because it isn't actually internal. It's very obviously a United States colony in the Middle East. And that colony is starting to cause pretty big problems for China, frankly. Like, China is trying to expand a massive trade network called the Belt and Road Initiative. It's trying to get it into Iran, trying to get it up through Iran, into Turkey, into Europe. And Israel is causing problems for them. And so it is kind of coming to a head. Like, Israel's kind of the linchpin in global politics right now, where you have Nazis on one side, and that would be America, for sure, America. The Europeans are sort of deciding where they want to fall on this. And they're sort of figuring it out. Like, do they want to ally themselves with the Nazis, or do they want to actually move and start to ally themselves with people in the global south? And then the global south, of course, are the victims of colonization for hundreds of years. And so they're starting to coalesce under banners with one another. So it's going to be very, it's going to be crazy. So what is your opinion about the genocide in China? I don't need to have an opinion on that because the American State Department lawyers concluded insufficient evidence to prove genocide in China. So the very people who are accusing and creating the genocide have actually now confirmed that there is insufficient evidence to prove genocide in China. So we don't need to have a big, long conversation about that anymore. The very people levying the charge have now said that it doesn't exist. And that's all I need. So thanks for the question, bud. Hold on. I missed somebody's comment. Suddenly my Twitch chat is going crazy. Gimbleweed, my grandmother was Jewish and a Fabian socialist. I heard that you have higher probability of cancer if you have Jewish heritage. Gene tests. I mean, I'm always skeptical of that kind of thing. Kind of sounds like Nazi science. I fear speaking to my doctor in case I'm flagged targeted by Zionists being shipped to Israel. Oh, goodness. I don't know what to say to you on that one, bud. Good luck. Wax Nightmare says the Uyghurs not being genocided, they're just being treated the same way America treats black people. I mean, it's a touch more complex than that. So yeah, they're being treated badly, but no more badly than we treat black people on a daily basis. So here is a narrative that you don't hear in the West ever. Okay? And I really want people to really respect and understand that this is a phenomenon that is happening. So the Afghanistan war, right? You know, that war that happened for 20 years? We're familiar with that war. You know the war on terror? Remember that? I know that we don't remember things as a populace, and we don't teach our children anything. So I know this is going to be tough for you guys, but let's move forward. They invaded Iraq. Remember how they invaded Iraq? We're going to find weapons of mass destruction. Heh. Mission accomplished. Heh. We all remember, right? Remember the war on terror, right? So I know that we stopped talking about that. Well, people in the Middle East didn't stop talking about that because they were experiencing it, right? Remember how Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan? Remember that? Okay, so this is a 20-year period of war where the Americans are going in there bombing people. The CIA is sending death squads through cities and just shooting people in the streets, right? Like that's a real thing that happened. CIA death squads in Afghanistan. From The Intercept. The CIA's Afghan death squads. You can read all about it. It's not hidden. It's not secret lore, right? So the Americans are sending death squads into the streets of Kabul and across Afghanistan, bombing, causing terrorism, raping people, just a total shit show. And so what does this cause? What does this create? What happens because of this? Well, a refugee crisis. People run. People are like, oh shit, CIA death squads, flee, 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 right? And they leave. You've been hearing all about it, right? You've been hearing all about it for decades from Europe, right? The Charlie Hebdo thing that happened in France, right? We heard people washing up on the shores of Italy, people washing up on the shores of Greece, trying to flee this horrible, catastrophic war on terror, right? We've been hearing about that all throughout Europe, right? So we're all on the same page, right? War on terror, refugee crisis. Okay, cool. Here's Afghanistan. Look at this. Oh, there's a little connection right here in Afghanistan. What country is this? There's a little border right here. What country is this? What country is this? Oh shit, this is China. Afghanistan shares a border with China. Oh shit, what province is this? Oh, it's Xinjiang. Oh my fucking God. There's Afghanistan refugees fleeing from CIA death squads into neighboring countries, and one of those neighboring countries happens to be China and happens to be Xinjiang. Just in exactly the same way that you have refugees fleeing into Europe, you have plenty of refugees that are fleeing into China. Okay? So far, so good. Like you're not lost. You're with me, right? So Afghani refugees fleeing into the mountains of China in the Xinjiang province. Perfectly understandable story. So if you're like a 2-year-old, when the war on terror starts, 2001, if you're 2, 3, 4, right? You've lived your entire life in hills and mountains until today. You have had no formal education. The only people you've ever talked to are the other people that live in the hills, right? And so what starts happening? Okay? So what starts happening? China discovers enormous thorium deposits in Xinjiang. These thorium deposits are absolutely going to allow China to build thorium energy reactors that are essentially going to give them free, clean energy infinitely forever. They also use Xinjiang as a central point, right? This is on the outskirts of China. This is like the outer ridge of China, right? But this is a central point for the Belt and Road Initiative, that you have rail running all along the coast, right, and running throughout the cities, and then it runs into Xinjiang, and from Xinjiang it sparkles out. It goes up into Russia, through Kazakhstan, right, which goes through Belarus into Europe, and then of course they've got some going down from Kazakhstan to avoid the war on terror, Afghanistan, through Uzbekistan, through Turkmenistan, into Tehran, and they plan on building it through Turkey up into Europe, right? Now that the war on terror has ended in Afghanistan and they've pulled out, they've actually started building into the Wakhan corridor in order to get it to Kabul, right? Like, so shit's happening. So this is an enormous geopolitical threat for America. And so America is looking for a way to slow this development, and if they can, to break Xinjiang off of China completely, right? And so what do? Well, they go by the playbook, right? The CIA has a playbook. And if you're not familiar with this playbook, then I'm going to just spell it out for you. The CIA playbook is as simple as this. Go into a region, find the Nazis, right? The far-right jihadists, right? The crazy militants, the people who are willing to be CIA death squad members. arm them, fund them, train them, and foment quote unquote independence movement from within. And then, when possible, coup the government, right? We've seen them do this dozens of times. You can literally go on the CIA website and read books that are on the CIA website that talk about this playbook. So if you're not familiar with this playbook, welcome aboard. This is what the CIA does and has always done and will not stop doing. And so if you think that this is a kooky conspiracy theory, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like 1 + 1, in fact, does equal 2. I'm sorry. There's an organization in Xinjiang called the East Turkmenistan Independence Movement. Used to be considered a terrorist organization by the United States, and then suddenly the United States just said, no, that's not a terrorist organization. They're fine. The East Turkmenistan Independence Movement. And then all of a sudden, these East Turkmenistan independence movements started going into cities and doing acts of terrorism. The most notable one that I have ever seen was that 10 men armed with machetes went into the Chinese subway system and killed 100 people, decapitating several. So that's 10 men for every man. Imagine taking a machete and going and killing 10 people with it. Like, that's some movie shit right there. And so these acts of terrorism, right, inspire the Chinese government to go, maybe we should do something about that. Maybe we should do something about that. And they're not going to be nice about it, right? Except, in a way, they kind of have been nice about it, because there's been a two-pronged attack. Attack number one is exactly what you would expect, right? Armed guards, troops, get in there, fuck them up, right? Don't, like, people are going to go into our subway system and murder our citizens with machetes, fuck these guys, right? The West, of course, omits that from their reporting, and so when they go into Xinjiang, they're like, wow, it's a crackdown, it's really extreme. It's like, yeah, of course it is. Like if there were men roving my streets in my city, murdering people with machetes, I would expect there to be a generalized crackdown. And I think that you would be absolutely dislocated from reality if you thought that that wasn't a thing. So then the second prong, right, is that China has built vocational schools. And what these vocational schools are is they allow people to come in and learn Chinese and learn basic skills, perhaps even a trade, and then get integrated into China, into Chinese society. This is what really was used as a lightning rod. They'd show you the top of a building and be like, whoa, it's a genocide factory. And you're like, okay. Except the BBC literally sends a film crew into these facilities, and what they found was exactly what the Chinese claimed it was. It was a school. People were able to leave voluntarily. They interviewed all the people inside, and the people inside were like, yeah, I came here to learn a trade and learn the language. Like, it's exactly what the Chinese claimed it was. And so that's more or less what's happening in Xinjiang. Now, does that mean that it is free from corruption? And does that mean that it is free from power-mad officials and cops and all that kind of stuff? Of course not. Still humans, right? But structurally, there's no genocide here, right? What this is China dealing with a refugee crisis. That's what it is. And the difference, and I think the thing that offends Westerners so much, is that China insists it can deal with the refugee crisis by educating and training the refugees. Whereas here in the West, we just keep them locked up in perpetuity and then deport them back from where they came. That's how we operate. And so we find that to be offensive. We don't think that refugees should be integrated back into our system. And so Dennis Paco asks, so you're saying the genocide in China, what happened? So you're saying that the genocide in China, what happens, I don't know, that source was you show, I found it completely different. Yeah, like Human Rights Watch, right? So these are CIA surrogates. You got to be really careful, dude, with what you're sourcing, right? Like I sourced the State Department, right? You're sourcing like a secondary CIA site. So like Human Rights Watch, let me bring this up. Hold on, because there's a really good news, something we should be celebrating. Here you go. Radio Free Asia says it will fully shut down by the end of April without court intervention. This is a huge win for the world population. Radio Free Asia is a CIA cutout. It exists to manufacture lies about the enemies, or quote unquote enemies of the United States, for organizations like the New York Times to then source. So when you're reading through your articles, right, look for Radio Free Asia, look for Voice of America, look for Adrian Zenz on this particular issue. Adrian Zenz is a really, he's the one that manufactured the genocide narrative. And he did so by lying very, very cleanly. Adrian Zenz is a guy who has literally said, I was sent by God to destroy the people of China, or to destroy China, rather. So he's obviously a nut who the CIA uses because he's useful. So when you find your human rights, right? And Human Rights Watch is a funny one. But when you find them, read the article, look for Radio Free Asia, look for Voice of America, look for Adrian Zenz. And if you find those things, that's literally the CIA, right? Remember the CIA playbook. What's the CIA's playbook, right? Find far-right radicals, foment disruption and coup if you can, right? And part of that is to manufacture consent in the consciousness of Americans by funneling disinformation through their surrogates. And so the surrogate chain is organizations like Radio Free Asia, Voice of America, and figures like Adrian Zenz. And then that gets into Human Rights Watch, or Amnesty International is another good one. And then that gets picked up by the New York Times, right? So it's like a chain of misinformation and lies to create disinformation, like to create a smoke screen, right? And thank God that smoke screen is being dismantled. I think it's being dismantled through incompetence. I don't think that they'll just erect a new smoke screen, but that's the smoke screen. So my advice to you is to just stop believing Western sources, especially if they're going to be sourcing Radio Free Asia, Voice of America. And like Amnesty International, for example, like they're at the heart of the, was it the Contra one? For some reason I'm blanking on it, but they basically promoted a lie in front of the UN and had a young lady by the name of Naira make a false testimony in front of the UN, which justified the invasion of Iran. And so Amnesty International, like if you're reading an Amnesty International article, you should be extremely skeptical. Because like people lie. Like I just don't know why I need to convince anybody of this. Big, gigantic, psychopathic organizations that do nothing but destroy everybody also lie, right? We should be skeptical. Dennis Baco says, well, I thought you would trust them because they hate Israel and being exposed by the other side. It's not about trust, right? I need verification. Like, I use evidence in my decision making, and you should too, right? That I don't care who's saying it. I want it to be verified. I want to see. And if an organization has shown in the past their willingness to lie, then you should be more skeptical of that organization. That unless the organization shows you pretty clearly that it is actually dedicated to telling you the truth about what's going on, and even then, you should be like, okay, nice story. I'm going to go look into that myself, and I'm going to see where your sources are, and I'm going to see what you think about that. And of course, you can't always do that because you'll go mad. Uh, but you should really try to find people who have been correct, right? Like, so my advice is, as you move through the world, start peeling off the people who have been wrong or are liars, right? Just start peeling them out. Stop listening to them. And what you're going to find is, as you do that, you're basically going to eliminate the entire mainstream media apparatus. The New York Times, the Washington Post, here in Canada, the Globe and Mail, the National Post, like basically anything that's owned by the state or the billionaire class. You can basically just go and goodbye. And lots of people have done that and then are left kind of adrift. And they become susceptible to other types of propagandists and grifters, right? Like guys like Jordan Peterson, right? Or Joe Rogan even, who are just able to convince them of things that are obviously cartoonishly false. But they have no basis. They can't plant their feet anywhere. So my advice is to look at people like Noam Chomsky. I think Chomsky is a good starting point. He's extremely well written. I tend to diverge with Chomsky on the subject of communism. Michael Parenti is a good one. I wish that Michael Parenti was still with us. He's still technically alive, but I think the CIA melted his brain, so he's not really capable anymore. Even people like, Karl Marx, right? Frederick Engels, these guys are great. But Chris Hedges is another good one. Richard Wolff is a really, really good one, because Richard Wolff is straight up like, he exposes the illiteracy of the education system and people who teach modern economics, which is just great. For sure there's more. Oh, come on. Empire Files. The Empire Files, Abby Martin. Abby Martin is absolutely an important voice in the conversation. You should absolutely be watching Abby Martin. No question. Like, I feel like if you're not watching Abby Martin, then you're not really aware of what's going on in the world. Michael Hudson is another good name. Fred Hampton, of course, for a more Fred Hampton, very important in the civil rights movement. Graeber, yeah, David Graeber is decent for people to start thinking differently too. No, David Graeber's work is very good. What I like about David Graeber's work is it's succinct. It's very succinct and to the point, which I really admire. I think it's much more difficult to be succinct and to the point. And Graeber is great because I think David Graeber's seminal statement is to say, like, it's sort of weird how all of these economists don't use economics to try to defend their positions anymore. Like, modern day economists are more like moralists or ethicists now. And it's like, yeah, because it's a religion. He never went so far to say that neoliberal economics is now a religion. That if you wanted to be polite, what's happening is that, like, a group of scientists put forward a theory like phrenology, right? Like back in the 1800s, there was a theory of neuroscience called phrenology, where you could measure people's craniums and then say things about their personalities. This, of course, is completely debunked, and in a pretty short period of time. The difference between phrenology and neoliberalism is that neoliberalism inflates the egos and the power of a small group of psychopaths. And so it's much more difficult to root out. And so because it's much more difficult to root out, it's become a religious ideology in and of itself. Dennis says, well, what do you say about Taiwan? And Dennis says, I'm a German. Why would I ever trust the US media? Yeah, good position, dude. You should also be very skeptical of German media, by the way. Taiwan. I'm gonna try to tell this story as fast as possible, because my regulars have heard this story several times. I really should just make a video about it and direct people to that video. But you seem nice, Dennis. You seem nice, and you're being very polite. And so, oh God. So Mao Zedong, right, forms the People's Republic of China in 1949. The ruling class of China, the people that he's chasing out of China, the imperialists, right, the people who have worked with the Japanese and with the Americans in order to enslave China, flee to Taiwan, right? Taipei is actually the traditional ruling seat of China. Here's the National Palace Museum, right? So essentially, the ruling class would sit on Taiwan. Nobody could do anything about it, right? And they would just fuck around with China, essentially. So Mao Zedong wants to take Taiwan. It's very important to the Chinese communists. It's very important to the Chinese to take Taiwan, not just militarily, not just strategically, but also culturally. It's a very important cultural touchstone for the Chinese, who have always understood that Taiwan is part of China, right? And guess what? Taiwan is part of China. If you think anything other than that, you're dumb. Taiwan is a unsinkable aircraft carrier right off the coast of China. Just from a raw nuts and bolts perspective, there is a 0% chance that China is going to allow Taiwan to become an independent nation. Like, that's not a real thing. What's the CIA playbook, right? Find far-right people to foment a revolution and coup the government in order to install your own people. And America would absolutely love to have an unsinkable aircraft carrier directly off the coast of China. China will never allow it. Moreover, from the transition to Mao Zedong to Deng Xiaoping, there is a negotiation with Richard Nixon and the Nixon administration through Henry Kissinger, where the Nixon administration back in the 60s and early 70s acknowledged that Taiwan is part of China, right? Taiwan is part of China. Taiwan is not a nation. Taiwan is a province, and it's a province of China. This, of course, comes with stipulations like this. The Chinese agreed that South Korea is a vassal state of America. The Vietnam crisis comes to an end. Like all kinds of things happen. But one of the key things that happened during that period of time is that Taiwan becomes acknowledged by America and the UN and the entire world that Taiwan is part of China. This arrangement essentially is in place until the Biden administration. Like, so you're talking like 40 years of America just being like, yep, absolutely. Taiwan is part of China. Taiwan is part of China. Taiwan is part of China. Well, when does that end? With the Biden administration, right? Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. They start funneling arms into Taiwan. They start funding and promoting far-right groups in order to get into positions of power to be pro-American, right? So this should be widely considered an invasion by America into China because Taiwan is part of China. Most people in Taiwan, so the way that's working functionally, because China never invaded Taiwan, it didn't take it over, right? It's operating on a policy called two systems, one country, which is to say that mainland China is fine if giving Taiwan its own sovereignty internally. It's fine. Taiwan wants to do things internally and it wants to organize itself internally. Fine. We here in China are not going to interfere or make a fuss about that. But all of that funnels up into Taiwan being part of China. So as far as the Chinese are concerned, Taiwan is not different than Fujian, right? And you can see the imperialism even on this map, right? Taiwan is as bold as China is bold, pretending like this is a country when it is not a country. The UN doesn't acknowledge it's a country, right? Even the United States doesn't acknowledge that this is a country. So this title should actually be like Fujian, like Jiangsu, like Shandong, right? Because it's a province, not a country. And what will happen, and so the people of Taiwan, when polled, there isn't much support for an independence movement, but But there isn't also much support for Taiwan just fully embracing China. Most people in Taiwan are of the opinion that the relationship between Taiwan and China should remain as it is, just status quo, because for most people it's working, right? For most people it's just working, and and so Dennis says, well, sadly, most people who live in Taiwan don't see themselves as Chinese. But I think that's the long-term strategy for China, that eventually the people of Taiwan will come to see themselves as Chinese, right? That it's a cultural shift, and that's like China thinks in 100-year increments. It doesn't think in this 5-year thing that Westerners think. Not even 5 years, like a 1-year cycle. Like the Chinese think ahead. They actually plan ahead, and they'll tell you their plans. Like it's not a big fucking secret. And their plan for Taiwan, because they understand their own history. China actually has the largest, the longest unbroken written history in the world. So, and they're very proud of that. And so they understand their history and they study their history, and their history is a big part in their storytelling and all of this. Whereas we make myths, China tells stories. And and so the Taiwanese, sure, I'm sure there are plenty of them who view themselves as Taiwanese, right? There are people who support an independence movement in Taiwan. But here's the hard and fast truth. Okay? This is the realist truth. This is like, zoom it out to the highest level of geopolitics, okay? There is a 0% chance that the Chinese are ever going to allow allow Taiwan to become independent. And they are absolutely 100% correct to think that way. If you like, it's all nice to be like pie in the sky, arty farty, like, oh, well, everybody should just do what they want in love and peace throughout the world, man. And what we should do is support the Taiwanese people to make their own decisions about and their own fate and have their own sovereignty, man. If they want to declare their own independence, we should give them loving kisses and support them, man. That's great. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's some little baby thinking. That's how a child thinks. Okay? Taiwan, if it declares its independence, China will take its entire military and occupy Taiwan. And they'll do it in a day. It will not be a fight. They will not fuck around. China has been preparing to do exactly that since 1949, if not earlier. And if the Americans and the West think that China will not do that, or that China is wrong for doing that, they're stupid. It's a stupid thing to think. Because what the West, America, obviously wants to do, very obviously, is they want to put a military base on Taiwan to turn this into an unsinkable aircraft carrier so that they can constantly threaten and harass the coast of China. And if you don't think that's the American plan, you are stupid. And I'm fine saying that. You're just not paying attention. You don't care about what's going on. You want to live in your arty-farty religious ideology land. But for people who live in reality and look at reality, it's very obvious that this is a struggle point where the Americans are going to try to turn Taiwan into an unsinkable aircraft carrier in order to destroy Chinese shipping lanes. And how do I know that? Because they've said so. So, should Taiwan declare its independence, which would be like Florida declaring its independence from America, China will respond exactly the way you would expect the Americans to respond. They will occupy it. And I'm actually of the opinion that what the Americans are doing in Taiwan is going to backfire dramatically. And the reason it's going to backfire dramatically is because it's going to give China the opportunity to show the world its military strength under conditions where its Cassius Belli is justified. Where the entire rest of the world sees this conflict the way that I just described. And it's especially obvious because it's exactly the thing that the Americans did in Ukraine, right? They couped the government in Ukraine in 2014, created a war there, got Russia involved. The difference is that the Russians were kind of on the back foot the whole time and were kind of unwilling to go in full force. The Chinese are not unwilling, and the Chinese are ready to go full force. Like, sure, they would like this to be just a cultural moving forward. Sure, they would love it if it was just like, yeah, China and Taiwan, and we had this thing that happened, and there was this big kerfluffle. But, you know, as time moves forward, we'll just become a singular entity, and we'll be able to govern with one another, and everything will be completely fine. No blood spill, right? In 2 generations, we'll look back and be like, oh, yeah, there was a bit of a conflict there, but, you know, now we're moving forward together in peace and prosperity, and everything is fine. And the Chinese would absolutely love that. They would for sure love that. But they have prepared themselves to go into Taiwan and take it militarily. And the big difference is that when they do that, they're just going to go from 0 to 100. They're just going to go boom. And the Taiwanese will not be able to put up a resistance. The ruling class of Taiwan will be hung publicly. They'll film it. There will be big declarations from China. We will not respect traitors. They will refer to the people who did this in Taiwan as treasonous and as traitors. They will seize control of Taiwan, and they will implement their own system. That will happen in a day. Right? Like, the idea and the big loss from the American perspective is that America's been going around doing this kind of shit and failing for years and years and years. It's been failing in Afghanistan, failed in Iraq, right? Failing in Yemen, failing everywhere, failing all across Africa, failing all across the Middle East, failing in Cuba, failing everywhere. The Chinese are not going to fail. The Chinese have been planning for this for 70 years. They're going to go in there and they're going to win, and they're going to win in a day. And they're going to win in such a spectacular fashion that everybody on Earth is going to sit up and be like, oh, China is a legitimate military threat. Don't fuck with China. So it's a huge, 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 massive loss, not just for the people who live in the province of Taiwan, but for the West generally, because it's going to be a massive perception shift, right? People don't seem to understand that China is ready, and China can absolutely defend itself, and China will defend itself, and it's not fucking around. Like, it's not going to dicker. Like the way Putin dickered. Putin dickered, right? He was just like, there's a conflict on my border, and like, I'm the Minsk Accords, and can we negotiate our way out of this? And I get, oh man, okay, I guess we got to get together and do like a military. I don't want to. Xi Jinping will pull that trigger, and like a unified single unit, the entire population of China will rise up and just go right into Taiwan, like they've been preparing to do for 60 years. It'll be over, and the Chinese will make it over. And anybody that stands up in Taiwan and says this is an affront will be executed in public. Like, that's what will happen. The Chinese are not fucking around. So that's what'll happen in Taiwan. No, Dennis, no. It depends. Like, Taiwan have a defense strategy like Vietnam, and they have better weapons. No, they don't. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, we're not talking about like ragtag bands of rebels. We're not talking about like some shitty capitalists coming in to get oil. Like from China's perspective, this is a point of not only existential threat, but massive national pride and cultural importance. Like, this isn't America coming into the region, like, we're going to stop the spread of communism and just send our boys over there. And meanwhile, in the back rooms, they're just like, okay, but how do we get the oil? And like, where do we get these resources? Just send some troops over there and occupy that. Oh, they all died? Okay, who cares? Like, it's not like that. Like, this is a singularly focused organization and a singularly organized people who have been dwelling on this issue since the inception of the country. It is not going to be like that. Like, it's going to be fast. And the reason why you can't believe it, and the reason why you refuse to believe it, is because you're used to American warfare. You're used to this being done by losers who don't actually give a shit, by capitalists. You're used to capitalists going into an area, destroying it and causing problems, and occupying oil fields, right? Like, America doesn't care to govern. It doesn't care about the integrity of Iraq. It doesn't care about the integrity of these countries. It cares about stealing their resources. And so that's where it puts its troops. And so if Baghdad falls into chaos and is governed by terrorists or gang members or whatever, America doesn't care. It's not interested in that. It's interested in securing the oil fields. China will govern Taiwan. And it would prefer to govern Taiwan with a silk glove. But if brought to it, it will govern Taiwan with an iron fist. And moreover, they're absolutely right to do so. And my recommendation to the people of Taiwan, take the silk glove. So if you're thinking it's going to go any other way, you're just fooling yourself. You're thinking that the Chinese are going to go in there the way the Americans go in there. Oh, they're just going to get resources. They don't care about the people of Taiwan. The Chinese very much care about the people of Taiwan. They very much care about the integrity of Taiwan. The Chinese care about Taiwan being an organized society that is organized in alignment with China's vision of itself, which is to not have a military base on its coast shooting missiles and rockets at it. Japan does not control Taiwan. That's not a real thing. In the 1930s, I mean, Japanese imperialists were definitely causing problems across China. I think I'm just going to say I'm not sure about that, actually. I might actually ask you, Eggs, because you probably know more about this particular moment of history than I do. Did Japan have control of Taiwan in the 1930s? I'm not exactly that familiar with that exact moment of time, because I know that there was the civil war in China between the KMT and Mao, and then of course the KMT and the communists actually ally with one another because Japan invades. Did Japan invade through Taiwan, or did they just invade along the coast? And then you have the Nanking massacre, which is just absolutely grotesque. Everybody seems to have forgotten it. XD writes, Taiwan was ceded to Imperial Japan after the First Sino-Japanese War, the Qing Dynasty. Okay, thank you, Eggs. I don't know what that matters, though. I don't really understand why you're bringing it up. Like, so a bunch of psychotic imperialists invaded and conquered Taiwan for what? Like 10 years, let's say? Like, how long did they hold Taiwan? It just seems to me to not be that relevant. Dennis made the incorrect assertion that Japan and South Korea dispute China's sovereignty of Taiwan. No, yeah, absolutely, they don't do that. No. Since the Nixon administration, Japan and South Korea have absolutely acknowledged that Taiwan is part of China. That was part of the deal, right? Like, at the end of World War II, Japan is bombed and nuked into submission. It doesn't have, like, Japan's in no position to make any claim at all, right? Like, it's fully occupied by Americans. It has experienced nuclear bombardment. It has been absolutely destroyed and reduced to rubble. Like, Japan is in no position to make any declaration of any kind. The acknowledgement of South Korea as part of the American empire was part of the deal. That Taiwan will be acknowledged as China and South Korea will be acknowledged as America. So it just doesn't make any sense. Why would South Korea then be like, no, Taiwan is independent? Like, it doesn't make sense. So it's just not a real thing. Dennis says, no, I mean, they don't say Taiwan is a country, but they don't want China to invade Taiwan. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. Nobody wants to invade Taiwan, dude. Like, that's the thing that's not well understood about this conversation. China does not want to invade Taiwan. It will if it's brought to it, and it's preparing itself to do that. But it would way rather just be like, yeah, we'll just have peaceful negotiation and peaceful trade, and we'll just continue operating in the way that we're operating. Like, and how do I know that? Because they keep saying it. They just keep saying it. And but they're not going to stand there and watch Taiwan become a Western vassal. They're just not going to do that. And I think it would be insane to believe that they should. Like, China's going to go in there if it has to, but it doesn't want to. Dennis says Taiwan basically have its own government. Yep, that's the two systems, one country that we just discussed. That's the policy, right? China has basically said to Taiwan, yeah, you have your own government under the umbrella of China, just like how Gansu has its own governing system. Like, it's not, but that doesn't mean Taiwan is independent. Like, Dennis, I don't get what you're doing here. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What are you achieving? Why are you trying to convince us that Taiwan is actually a country when it's obviously not? Like, that's really what I want to challenge you with. The UN doesn't think it's a country. The United States doesn't think it's a country. Like, China certainly doesn't think it's a country. Taiwan doesn't think it's a country. Like, how do you have an independence movement in a place unless, oh, we're a province in a country? Like, if you have an independence movement, that means you're not independent. So what are you trying to convince us of? So that would be my challenge to you. Like, what are you doing? What's the point? What are you driving towards? Because if what you're driving towards is Taiwan should become a United States vassal, I think you're a moron. Like, at best, a moron. At worst, a Nazi. XD writes, Taiwan's constitution literally claims all of China and more. Yeah. Like, JT writes, if anything, that history of imperialist attention on Taiwan supports Chinese motives and moves. Yeah. Like, just for 1 second, put yourself in the shoes of the Chinese. For like a millisecond, for just a hair's breadth, put yourself in the shoes of a person living in China. And just like think about things for just even a millisecond about, well, how would the Chinese feel? Like, how would you, so you said you were German, right? Okay, cool. So how would you feel if, how would you feel if there was an independence movement that said, hey, East Germany is going to break off from West Germany, right? That kind of, that East-West divide that exists in Germany. East Germany is going to break off from West Germany. How would you feel about that? You think you'd just be cool with that? Oh, and incidentally, we're actually going to join forces with Germany's largest enemy. We're gonna join forces with Russia. How would you feel about that? You'd be completely cool with that if East Germany just said, we're going to go back to the East-West divide that existed right after World War II, and we're going to ally with Russia, and we have the right to do so. We have the right to declare our own sovereignty and pursue our own independence. Like, is that something that you would actually take seriously? Dennis writes, Taiwan is the most important island in Asia. Like, it's not even funny. Yeah, China knows. Again, I don't know what your point is. So I think I'm going to disconnect from you, Dennis, because you're not actually making your point clear. And I'm starting to think that we're walking down the path towards Nazism. That it's just straight up, these Asians need to be taught a lesson. And that's what you're driving towards. And that's why you're arguing so vehemently. That you really are looking at China being like, we need to dominate and control them. So I'm just going to assume that's the case. And so I'm going to put yellow alert on you. What does it have to be with Nazi? Because you're encouraging the United States to put a military base on Taiwan and then start destroying China, whether or not you realize it. So maybe start to actually understand the positions you're arguing for, because that's what I'm taking from this. That I have a potential Nazi in my chat that's saying we should start destroying China. And if you don't think that's what you're arguing for, then you're too stupid to talk to. All right, so we're going to move on. Speaking of China, this is a good opportunity. This here's from the Financial Times. China senses an opportunity in Trump's cultural revolution. In the last 2 weeks, I have visited Beijing and Hong Kong. This visit made clear that in today's world, the US is a revolutionary, more precisely a reactionary. Thanks for the clarification, Financial Times. Thanks for the clarification. Because the US, I would not argue the US is a revolutionary power, right? Because revolution implies an attempt to improve people's lives. And no power structure or institution in America is interested in improving anybody's lives. Reactionary? Now we're talking. Right. Now we're talking. Dennis writes, I do need to say it. You know, there is a difference that Taiwan can be free but not a military base. No, there isn't. Now we're getting into the stupidity. No, there isn't. Don't be so stupid. That's a stupid thing to think. That's a stupid way to look at the world. Stop being so stupid and stop filling my chat with your stupidity. My advice to you is to stop talking now. Too stupid. Don't fill my chat with stupidity, please. Go back to your Nazi friends. Go jerk off about how bad you want to put a military base on Taiwan. Get the fuck out of here. Too stupid to talk to. The US is a revolutionary, more precisely a reactionary power, while supposedly communist China is a status quo power. Yeah, I mean, the status quo of China is to steadily improve the quality of life of its citizens, right? Which is what it's done. In this respect, the EU has much in common with China. Interesting. China's rulers like the way the world and China itself are going. Yeah, because it's working, right? Like I'm loving this article so far because it's just like a Westerner finally being like, I think China might actually be onto something here, you know? I think China's just onto something, man. The EU is not quite that complacent. I mean, the EU is falling, like literally the second most popular party in Germany is a Nazi party. Aware of its economic and security challenges, its elites know that it has to change a great deal. But they too vastly prefer the world that US President Donald Trump is trying to destroy to the chaotic one that he's trying to create. What an astute observation from the Financial Times. Dude, I really am like, man, anybody can write for these organizations, right? What an astute observation. Europeans prefer stability, even an unjust stability, to chaos. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. For an outsider to draw any clear conclusions from a brief visit to the vast country is heroic, if not idiotic. I'm loving this guy. I love it. Martin Wolf. I love this guy. He's like, the US is a revolutionary. Well, okay, reactionary. Okay. Drawing clear conclusions from a brief visit to a vast country is heroic. Okay, it's idiotic. It's stupid. But it's not going to stop me. Not going to stop me. Nevertheless, I have visited the country at least once a year since 1993. Okay, Martin. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. Apart from during the pandemic, yeah, fair enough. Followed the evolution of the country's economy closely and made a number of friends among its Western-educated policy elite. It's always got to point out Western-educated, eh? Always got to be like, Western-educated. Western-educated. Yeah, because China believes in learning from everybody. Right? It's not. Fuck, man. The West is just so full of itself, eh? The rise of China has been far and away the biggest economic and political story of my lifetime. I like this guy, man. He's obviously like a white Westerner, but so far so good. Heroic or not, one must try. I like heroic or not. Heroic or idiotic, Martin, come on. One must try to make sense of what Trump means for China and China means for the world. This, then, is what I have learned. All right. I'm down for this, man. I like this guy. First, my Chinese interlocutors thought of the upheaval in today's U.S. in relation to their own cultural revolution that began almost 60 years ago. Okay, hold on. My Chinese interlocutors thought of the upheaval in today's US in relation to their own cultural revolution that began almost 60 years ago. Okay. Mao Zedong used his prestige as an insurrectionary leader to wage war on China's bureaucratic and cultural elites. Trump is also using his power as the elected leader of an insurrectionary movement to overthrow the bureaucratic and cultural elites of the US. Intense dislike of the Cultural Revolution is widely shared among at least older members of today's Chinese elite. They do not like Trump's revolution either. Yeah, the Cultural Revolution, not very popular. Like, take a look at how it ended. Like, people will try to say things like Mao felt like he had to do what he had to do. He was setting China up to be better. Like, they'll try to defend it. Clearly, it has its defenders, but the real truth is that it wasn't very popular, and people look back on it, and most people have the opinion that, yeah, I don't want to experience that. I don't want to go through that. It seemed like it was a really bad time. And like the Gang of Four, the people who were responsible for enacting the Cultural Revolution, went to jail. Like, they got arrested after Mao died. So and one of them was Mao's wife. So not very popular. So it's not surprising that they would look at at what's going on with Trump. Although I like how there's this connection happening where it's like, this is a cultural revolution. It is a cultural revolution, isn't it? Because it's all against like woke and DEI hires and all this shit. And like, they're going in there. They're not really going after like the actual ruling class of America, though, right? They're not actually, they're going after like low level bureaucrats and like dumb shit like that. But it's all based on like while Mao's Cultural Revolution was based on the contradiction between the owners and the owned, right? Going after the owners to try to weaken them. If you want to call this a Trump revolution, he's like going after the absolute weakest people in the society based on like DEI shit. So like, it's not really a fair comparison. Like if Trump was going after BlackRock, like if Trump was going after 6th Street or Vanguard, right? Anyway, second, many of those who managed to escape the China of the 1980s and the 1990s to become educated in elite, here we go, gotta like really blow up the American ego. Many of those who managed to escape the China of the 1980s and the 1990s to become educated in elite Western universities admired the values they saw there and hoped to see them embedded in their own country. The rule of law, personal freedom, and modern science seemed to them admirable ideas. For such a people, what is happening now in America is painful. These regrets over the U.S.'s betrayal of its own principles are not unique to China. What a great paragraph, dude. Could only be written by like a white Westerner who actually thinks that America is a good thing that should exist. Thank you, Peanut Butter Beatrice. Thank you. So to rephrase this paragraph in a way that makes sense to me, a bunch of Chinese people went to America in the 80s and the 90s to see what was going on in America. They liked the ideas of rule of law, personal freedom, and modern science, but not enough to stay in America. And they came back to China and were like, yeah, the rule of law. And now we're all like, the rule of law? That's authoritarian! Consumption has remained at less than 3/5 of GDP. I don't know that I understand this graph. So household consumption looks pretty stable, kind of a little dip down, like tiny bit. It's like 40%, 42, 3% here. And now it's like 30, I'll just say 40%. So net exports, I don't know why I'm looking at this graph. Okay. Third, they recognize that what is happening to the US has clear upsides for their own country. It has dawned on just about everybody by now that Trump's signature is worthless. A man who is trying to demolish the Canadian economy is not going to be a reliable friend to anybody else. So, the alliances in the US will need to balance China in its own neighborhood, or, for that matter, anywhere else are likely to be very fragile. This applies even to Japan and South Korea, let alone other neighbors. In this environment, China, the Asia-Pacific's principal trading partner, as well as a rapidly rising military power, is bound to dominate not just the region, but well beyond that. Even Europe, concerned about Russia and so openly abandoned by the US, will seek a friendlier relationship with China. Trump's America First is bound to mean America alone. Yes. Yes. Who's this guy? Martin Wolf. Martin Wolf. I got to read more about you, Martin Wolf. Martin Wolf, who are you? What a great line. The only thing I hate about this line is that I didn't come up with it. Trump's America First is bound to mean America alone. Shit. Shit. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, I'm so pissed off. How long have I been saying that America is going to isolate itself? How long have I been talking about how all of these policies, and the best that I came up with was, if you sanction everybody, then you're the isolated one. That's the best I ever came up with. And then Martin Wolf, you piece of shit, Martin Wolf, You come in here and you say Trump's America first is bound to mean America alone. Oh, it's such a good line. Oh, dude, I can see the memes. Donald Trump just standing at a podium and it's America first, but it's like crossed out and it says alone, right? Or it's like a sticker where it says first and then it's peeling back. The sticker's like falling off to indicate like decay and failure. And then underneath the word first, it says alone. Martin Wolf. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I've been picking at that one for so long, and then this guy comes along and says, "Oh yeah, Trump's America first is bound to mean America alone." That's just so good. That's so good. That makes me love this guy. I don't care. I'm gonna find out that this guy is like some CIA stooge. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this article and be like, "Who's this Martin Wolf guy that I've been loving?" It's like Martin Wolf drinks baby blood. Former defendant of Jeffrey Epstein. No. Okay. Trump's America first is bound to mean America alone. Shit. That's so good. I'm stealing that. I'm using it. And for my regulars, every single time you hear me say, America first means America alone, you know where it came from. You know exactly where it came from. I'm so mad. Fourth, DeepSeek has given the Chinese a big boost in confidence. They believe that the US can no longer block their rise. One good friend of mine explained that Xi Jinping has 3 objectives. Regime stability, who's been saying that? Regime stability, rising technology, and growing economy. They are even more confident of the second today than they were a few years ago. Rising technology. This is not just about DeepSeek, but also about Chinese domination of the clean energy sector. Many think that China's demographic challenges are bound to destroy the economy. But the problem right now is too few good jobs, not too few workers. It is a demand problem, not one of potential supply. That will remain the case for a long time because of surplus rural workers. Dude, I'm loving this article, man. This guy's actually this is a good critique. Like, this is an interesting perspective on China. Like, I'm so used to seeing just propagandists. I'm so used to just it being hacks, just being like, China's bad because they didn't make a capitalist money, so they're bad. Whereas this guy's like, no, here's some real, like, this is the legit thing that they're actually dealing with. This is what they say they're dealing with. I'm loving this. This is great. The share of household disposable income in GDP remains very low. The share of household disposable income in GDP remains very low. So this is, I don't buy into GDP. So this is how I feel about GDP conversations. Like, so you're saying that the rich people are complaining. I don't know, and I care so much. Fifth, this demand problem is indeed huge, as I have argued in the past. Linking your own shit. Good for you, Martin. Longtime contributor to the Financial Times, with articles like China's economic ills are serious but not incurable. Dude, I gotta start taking bets. I gotta start taking bets. Do we think this guy's a psycho? Are we gonna get to the bottom of this and we're just gonna be like, this is like a CIA guy? He sounds like an economist. It's like, helped Milton Friedman with the Pinochet regime, right? Like, what's going to happen? Waxing Nightmare says, Martin Wolf just dropping the bar and you're forced to cope. You're right, dude. You're absolutely right. It's so rare. Like, it's so rare to see in a mainstream article somebody write something worth reading. So, Gimbleweed says, stop reading the Financial Times. I tend to agree. It's a fucking neocon rag. Correct. But you gotta see what your enemies are saying, right? You gotta at least walk into the weeds, and you gotta be like, okay, what are these psychos actually saying to one another? Most of the time, it's nonsense, right? Most of the time, you're just like obvious propaganda, obvious bullshit, obvious lies. And I think the reason I'm so entranced by this one is because he seems actually serious. It's so rare. It's so rare to see somebody that's like, well, these are the things that China says, and here are, what I think we should maybe think about. So rare. Usually it's like, China is evil because of a thing we invented. So this is, for me, this is like a little rare treat. And yeah, I'm going to get to the bottom, and I'm going to be like, oh, he supported the Iraq war. Fuck. Jefferson Thompson, good to see you. But you got to read what your enemies say, right? You got to read what your enemies say. And so instead of you doing it yourself in your own little corner, you come here. And you show me an article, and you're like, John, what do you think about this psycho and what he has to say? And I'm like, sounds like a psycho. This guy doesn't sound like a psycho, which means he's definitely a psycho. Okay. The demand problem is huge indeed, but it is not insoluble. In my discussions in China, the focus was, and has been for many years, on relatively short-term issues, such as the weakness of the property sector, the impact of falling house prices on the household balance sheets, the consequences of these changes for local authority finances, and falling retail prices. All this reminds one of Japan's post-bubble economy. We've heard this argument before. Yet these are in fact structural, not cyclical problems. Yeah, classic Western capitalist, right? The boom-bust cycle is just, that's how it is. You can't not do that. The underlying reality is that, as happened earlier with Japan and South Korea, the ability to invest China's vast savings, still over 40% of GDP, productively has now collapsed. One proof of this is the huge jump in the incremental capital output ratio, the ratio of the investments rate to the rate of economic growth. Now we're getting into some good neoliberal shit. Like, forget about the quality of life of your citizens. How much money is the richest person in the room making? During the early part of this century, the demand hole was partially filled by a huge current account surplus. Then, when this became impossible after the financial crisis, the still bigger hole that then emerged was filled by a huge surge in investment in real estate and infrastructure. The former is already falling, but investing even more in manufacturing just guarantees ever more excess capacity and thus protection aimed against the inevitable surges of Chinese exports. Again, we've got a capitalist complaining that we're making too much, right? Like, if we make all this solar energy, it'll be free. How can we possibly make money? So even though I kind of like this guy, and even though he dropped like a really cool bar, I still think that he's just profit motive focused, right? He doesn't care if the poor do better. He cares if the richest guy in the room makes more money. Thus, the Europeans will follow Trump's example. Indeed, they will do so because of the diversion of China's exports to their markets that will follow from his example. I don't know that I understand that. What's the argument that he's making here? Investing even more in manufacturing just guarantees even more excess capacity, and thus protection aimed against the inevitable surges of Chinese exports. Oh, I see. Thus, the Europeans will follow Trump's example. So the Chinese are going to make so much that prices are going to drop, which is going to make capitalist countries throw up tariff barriers because citizens will be able to buy things so cheaply that they'll never buy from the capitalists in Europe or America. Therefore, the Europeans will follow Trump's example, right? Like, once again, the complaint coming from the capitalists is the Chinese are just making too much stuff so everyone can have it and we can't make any money. Get fucked. Indeed, they will do so because of the diversion of China's exports to their markets that will follow from his example, right? Nowadays, Chinese policymakers refer to investments in consumption. It is an interesting concept. And I love it, man. It's an interesting concept. Yeah, you're a Western capitalist, so you would never actually think about doing that. You would just abandon the citizens, right? That's what neoliberals do. Yet the chief requirements are to lower the savings rate by shifting income towards households, developing the social safety net, and increasing public consumption. Yeah, increasing people's quality of life. A foreign concept to capitalist nations. In sum, the Chinese believe they can survive Trump's onslaught. They absolutely will. Indeed, many believe it may help them by destroying US credibility and perceptions of its competence. That does not mean China is sure to triumph, but as is normally the case for big powers, their biggest challenges are at home, not abroad. Okay, I need to look at who this guy is. If a guy is dropping a bar like that, Wolf, British journalist. Here we go. Focuses on economics. He's the chief economics commentator at the Financial Times. He also writes a weekly column for the French newspaper Le Monde. Okay. His father, Edmund, was an Austrian Jewish playwright who migrated from Vienna to England before World War II. Okay. In London, Edmund met Wolf's mother, a Dutch Jew who had lost nearly 30 close relatives in the Holocaust. Wolf recalls that his background left him wary of political extremes. No shit. And encouraged his interest in economics, as he felt economic policy mistakes were one of the root causes of World War II. Okay. He's an active supporter of the Labour Party until the early 1970s, when the Labour Party basically just became the Tory Party. Wolf was privately educated at University College School, a day school for boys in Hampstead in northwest London, the University of Oxford, where he was a student of Corpus Christi College, Oxford, for his undergraduate study. He initially read classics before switching to philosophies, politics, and economics. As a postgraduate, he moved to Newfield College, Oxford, left with a Master of Philosophy. Wolf has said he never pursued a PhD because he didn't want to become an academic. And I don't know, I feel like he landed in a pretty good spot, right? Chief economics commentator for the Financial Times, although doesn't have a degree in economics. So he's the chief economics commentator at the Financial Times, no degree in economics. I actually think that makes me like him more, right? I think that makes me like him more. That if you have a degree in economics, I feel like you know less about economics, right? Like you go to a Western institution to be indoctrinated into the religion of neoliberal economics. And so even Wolf, who hasn't gone through that indoctrination process, he's not free from it because it's around him. It's around him completely. But it's probably what's making him more willing to be like, this is what the Chinese say, we should listen, and this is sort of what the Western institutions say, and so he's like putting some dots together. Okay, where's the criticism? Views. Wolf maintained the government's failure to maintain real pay. Come on, criticisms. There's got to be a criticism section. Make me hate this guy. I don't hate this guy. I feel like this guy is like just a dude who's like, sure, he's an Oxford dude and sure, he's like in the elite class. Wolf has been named in the top 100 lists of global thinkers by Prospect and by Foreign Policy. Wolf is regarded as staggeringly well-connected in financial circuit. His friends include leading financiers as Mohammed A. El Aaron, politicians, Mohammed Singh, Timothy Geithner, Ed Ball. Here you go. Many leading economists, central bankers. According to Wolf, he knows all significant central bankers. So Paul Krugman wrote of him that Wolf doesn't even have a PhD, and that matters not at all. What he has is a keen sense of observation, a level head, and an open mind. Veslin, good to see you. Noying? Cute name, dude. Cute name. Finally made it. Good to see you. So this guy, here's something interesting that's happening. And I've really noticed this with Mark Carney. The system of capital is undergoing a credibility crisis, right? It's undergoing a crisis of credibility. And people who aren't like demented mega cultists know that, right? It's really not possible to look at what's going on in America and the West generally and be like, yeah, neoliberalism banging along just fine, right? This neoliberal theory of economics totally working out. Everybody loves it. If you're a serious person, I don't think you can credibly walk away from that. And so what's going on now, I think, is that instead of reflecting, and there are some voices that are reflecting, but they're few and far between, and they're kind of in the corners. But instead of reflecting and realizing that neoliberal economics is like phrenology, like it was an idea that fails and it doesn't work. Instead of realizing that, they have decided that, okay, this is a crisis of credibility, and so we need to put forward a more credible looking vision and a more credible people to double down on the idea of economics. That instead of relying on a politician, instead of relying on a secondary advocate, we're going to put a central banker as the prime minister, right? So neoliberal, instead of an advocate for neoliberal, it's now the nuts and bolts actual worker of neoliberalism. And these are the people that are being put up as a way to say, we still have credibility. We still believe in these ideas, and we're still going to advocate for these ideas, and we believe that these ideas are credible, and they're being presented in a way that seems competent and seems credible, because that's who these people are, right? They believe in this religious ideology. It will still fail. And I think that's the part about it that makes this moment actually extremely dangerous. That right now we've got Trump trumping around, we've got far-right movements popping up all across the Western world. And instead of responding to it by saying, okay, this project of neoliberalism obviously is backfiring. We obviously need reform. We need new ideas, fresh ideas, new thoughts. We need to look at our own history and see what worked at diffusing this. Instead of that, they're going to double down on these failed bad ideas that will continue to fail and continue being bad. And so the backlash against these bad ideas that fail and don't work is going to be even more virulent and even more ferocious, right? Because now it's going to come with a tinge of betrayal. Jay Leet Saw says, if it's a failure, why is it dominating the world so thoroughly? Through military force. Very straightforward. Like, and there's a reason why it's on a decline, right? Because you can't maintain and sustain long-term economic projects through force. So, Jay Lead Sauce, I thought Western economies had a higher GDP per capita. So, what's GDP? Like, it's important to note that the person that invented GDP, okay, what's gross domestic product? What is that? The person that invented GDP literally said this should not be used as a measure for the benefit of the country, right? Jaylee Sauce, so very quickly types into ChatGPT, the total monetary value of all final goods and service produced within a country's borders during a specific period, typically a year, right? That's what Google told you to put in, so you did. Great. But that's good. You know how to do that. So the total goods manufactured, right? Okay, that does not indicate at all whether or not people within the society are doing well, right? All that indicates is how much goods are being produced. So if you have a high GDP with one guy making $1 trillion while everybody else is eating dog food, living in the streets, is your country good? Is that a successful policy? You have a super high GDP. GDP's through the roof. One guy has $1 trillion, everybody else is eating dog food in the streets. Success? If you're a GDP advocate, then yes. J-Lead Sauce, isn't that what it's like living in a BRICS country? Okay, dude. No, we're done talking to you. You just don't know what you're talking about. Like, you can literally go to iShowSpeed's streams now and watch him in China. Like, stop embarrassing yourself in my chat, okay? Like, just please. That's too much. That's too much. No, you're too stupid to talk to. Just somebody who's full of himself, thinks his cock is big when it's like a 2-incher. Bye-bye. Too stupid to talk to. Maybe humble yourself, right? Because you're obviously illiterate and you're obviously stupid. Go learn something about the subject. Like, stick around and stop asking questions. Like, it's amazing watching people who know nothing come in and pretend like they know things, and they're just universally stupid. It's crazy. There's no humility whatsoever. Just totally full of themselves and obviously stupid. So you're not worth talking to. Get out of here. Yeah, they're boring as hell, eh? Like, that's the thing. You're just obviously talking to like a brick wall who's obviously stupid. It's like talking to a little kid, you know? Like, if I wanted to talk, like talking to little kids is actually great. They say the stupidest things, and then you're like, oh yeah, you're gonna learn that's wrong, for sure. But don't come in here and like, here's the life lesson, man. Stop embarrassing yourself. Like, you're never gonna get a girlfriend that way. Like, it's just embarrassing. People laugh at you. Like, people are laughing at you behind your back. For sure they are, because you're too stupid. Like, you do stupid things, and when they laugh, you think they're laughing with you. They're not. They're laughing at you. Veslin writes, I just saw your live song, really good. You've got a great voice. Thank you very much, Veslin. I appreciate that. The quality of that video is not very good. I keep thinking I'm going to make a music video, some of the music that I've recorded, which you can get on my Bandcamp. It's in the description. But I'm torn. I'm torn because to do it, I think that I'll end up using AI stuff. But I don't want to. Right? Like, I don't really want to use AI generated images in order to make this music video, but it seems to be the only thing that I'm going to be able to do, right? Like, I'm not, there is a little part of me that's just like, I could just draw the images myself, you know, like, that's possible. Anyway, thank you for your support, Veslin. I do appreciate it. Jesus Christ. Dude literally, oh, sorry, I'm still on this. Dude literally came in and it's just like, GDP is good, actually. Might makes right? Neoliberalism is, if it's such a failure, why is it everywhere? And you're like, literally the military? Like, the CIA coups everybody? Like, no, you're just wrong because I'm so right. Okay, bud. Too stupid to talk to. Just cringy and embarrassing. I mean, this is sort of the result, I think, of what you get when you find alarming levels of microplastics in human brains, right? Like, I am deeply concerned about this issue. I think that this issue is going to be a real fucking problem for all of us. And I think that the primary problem that we're all going to be facing is that it for sure is going to make everybody stupider, right? Like how does it not equal just everyone's a dumbass? Like a new study finds that microplastics and neuroplastics accumulate at higher levels in the brain than in the liver and kidney. And like, what's frustrating about these articles? Like, what is this going to do? How is this going to react? How are humans going to move forward? Oh yeah, dude. And with the defunding of education coming, it's going to get wild. Like, it's not a defunding of education. It's straight up the destruction of the Department of Education. And the destruction of the Department of Education combined with this kind of shit, combined with like CIA propaganda, like I have seen people putting textbooks and stuff that are being taught to their children. They've been putting it up on the internet, and it literally is like, can you write a paragraph about why Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are good for America? Like straight up teaching your children to indoctrinate themselves, to come up with their own idea for why they love Daddy Elon and Daddy Musk and Daddy Bezos. Like straight up, like write your own. And so then we end up with idiots like this elite sauce guy coming in, and just he's too stupid to talk to. He's disconnected from reality. No humility. That's the part about it that's so crazy. Like they know nothing and they're so confident in their lack of knowledge. Like, I looked it up on Google. You mean an American corporation that was built by the CIA? Like, what are we fucking morons? Yeah. And the answer is yes. We're desperately stupid. And so we're looking at a level of indoctrination, and we're looking at a level of propaganda now that's like it's so hilarious that it's coming out of a country that accuses other countries. Like, how often do we hear accusations of North Korea like, oh, it's all dear leader? What do you think this is? Making your kids write articles about why Jeff Bezos is good? Like, that's some dear leader shit right there if I've ever seen it. Microplastics, plastic particles fewer than 5 millimeters in size, have infiltrated the environment at an alarming rate as worldwide plastic use increases. Levels of microplastics found in the environment have surged in the past few decades, with current plastic production at more than 300 million tons annually, and an estimated 2.5 million tons floating in the world's oceans as of 2023, over 10 times their 2005 levels. Dude, we are 100% going to awaken like the Dark Lord Cthulhu. The Dark Lord Cthulhu is going to rise up from the murky oceans and just be like, what in the fuck? What is all this? It's just going to see all this like garbage plastic in his ocean and be like, look, I was having a very pleasant eternal slumber, and I see that you have awoken me from that eternal slumber by cluttering my environment with garbage. Just literal garbage. Like, this is just garbage, right? Like, this nothing. It's microplastics. And the Dark Lord Cthulhu is going to take a look around and be like, oh, there's like these hives that have been built on the top of these massive lands. Look, oh man, they're like cities, and oh, here's smog just being pumped into the atmosphere. Right? He's going to see us just dumping garbage in his ocean. And the Dark Lord Cthulhu is just going to be like, nah, we're just going to... And it'll just be gone. And the Dark Lord Cthulhu will look around. He'll see like the other humans over here like scrambling. They're just going to be like... And we know the American military, right? So they'll shoot some rockets at him, and he'll just be like, yeah. And maybe if the Dark Lord is compassionate and merciful, He'll see the humans scrambling around trying to stop polluting, or maybe depollute, and maybe he'll leave them alone. More likely, he'll just wipe them out too. And then finally, in our last desperate bid, we'll like drop some nukes on him, and he'll just be like, even more evidence that I need to wipe these people out. And he will. All hail the Dark Lord Cthulhu. Why vote for the lesser evil? A new study in Nature Medicine finds that microplastics and nanoplastics, which are even smaller, at 1 to 1,000 nanometers in size, accumulate at higher level in the human brain than in the liver and kidneys. The study also finds significantly higher concentrations of microplastics and nanoplastics in 2024 samples compared to 2016 samples, and higher levels in brains from people diagnosed with dementia. And higher levels in brains from people diagnosed with dementia. I'm going to say it one more time. And higher levels in brains from people diagnosed with dementia. Oh, man, dude. We're so fucked, eh? Like, we're so fucked. Isn't it? It's so... what's the word that the kids use these days? We're cooked. That's what it is. We're cooked. You know what I like about the fact that the kids say we're cooked? Like, millennials and Gen X, we say we're fucked. Right? Oh, we're fucked. But you can have fun getting fucked. We're cooked. Nobody's having any fun with that, dude. We're cooked. Like, we're done. It's over. Although the study does not establish a cause and effect relationship between these plastic particles and dementia, it raises questions about the possible health consequences of exposure to plastics. While scientists know these plastics are in our body, how they impact our health is unclear. We think this is simply mirroring the environmental buildup and exposure, says study author Matthew Campen, professor of pharmaceutical studies at the University of New Mexico. People are being exposed to ever-increasing levels of micro and nanoplastics. Sick observation, my man. People are being exposed to it, and therefore they have it. Cool. Plastic pollution is growing exponentially. Microplastics and nanoplastics can be invisible to the naked eye and come from larger plastic products like soda bottles, shopping bags, and styrofoam containers, breaking down in the environment. Scientists have studied MNPs in the oceans since the 1970s. Marine animals have been found to have microplastics in their bodies, absorbed from the water and from eating contaminated fish. Microplastics also accumulate in the tissues of other animals that people eat, like pigs, cows, and chickens. MNPs can end up in the air too. Indoor air especially tends to contain more MNPs than outdoor air, due to shedding of particles from plastics in clothing, furniture, and household products. GDP's through the roof, though, guys. This is the best system. This is the best system. After we inhale these particles, they can travel through the body and end up in various organs. Studies have found MNPs in human lungs, placentas, blood vessels, and bone marrow. Unsure, though. Unsure. Is this going to cause problems? A 2024 study found evidence that MNPs can pass through the blood-brain barrier, a selective filter that controls what can enter the brain from the bloodstream. While it was previously thought only the smallest nanoplastics could pass the barrier, this study found larger microplastics can enter the brain too. I'm quite shocked by the amount of microplastics they found. It was higher than I would have expected. Dude, what is this doing? Like that's what I care about. I don't care about like how much and all this like they're being thorough here, so I'm not going to bother wasting our time. Okay. Unclear health impacts and precautionary solutions. While scientists don't fully understand the health impacts of MNPs in the brain, they are calling for more research to better understand whether they are harmful. Really hard to believe that it's not going to be harmful. Like really, really difficult for me to believe. Like, what's annoying? What's annoying is that they're not even really putting forward theories, right? They're just literally like, let's take a look at it, maybe. Although studies have shown MNPs in arteries can be a risk factor for cardiovascular disease, and that cancer cells in the stomach can spread faster after contact with MNPs. More and more studies show that plastics are present in the brain, including in this new one, and they shouldn't be there. We don't know that much about the health effects, but the fact is that they are there, and they shouldn't be there. And maybe that's worrying enough. What a great paragraph, dude. That's amazing. I got to read that one again. More and more, this is a quote. This is a quote from one of the researchers, Castile. More and more studies show that plastics are present in the brain, including this new one, and they shouldn't be there. We don't know that much about the health effects, but the fact is that they are there, and they shouldn't be there. And maybe that's worrying enough. This is like reading an article about a guy comes into the hospital and there's a steel rod through his chest, poking out his back. And the scientist is like, well, that shouldn't be there. He seems otherwise fine, and there's not much known about the adverse health effects of having a steel rod through your chest. But the fact is that it's there, and that shouldn't be there. And maybe that's worrying enough. Guy's just got a rod through his chest. Oh my God, dude. I'm going to be here in 5 years reading an article about how they're like, yeah, you know those nanoplastics we found in our brains? Turns out they're bad. Yeah, it's bad to have nanoplastics in your brain. It makes you stupider. Makes you real stupid. That's what we found out. Dude, we're all like guffawing and laughing at the boomers for having lead. This is so much worse. We're so fucking screwed. Yeah, good riddance, USA. Actual dystopia. Yep. Oh, dude. How could this be bad? How could this be good? Like, how could this be anything but bad? Like, they're doing like cursory glance studies, and they're like, cancer cells that touch these things expand faster. I'm like, red alert, right? Like, red alert. We should maybe, focus on that. Maybe should be a thing that we care about. No. Oh, we got to increase the GDP. We got to make sure the GDP is through the roof so that a millionaire can make $1 billion this year. Because if he doesn't make $1 billion, then the whole economy is a failure. The line must go up. The line must go up. Scientists are also developing solutions to reduce microplastics in the environment. There's a type of worm that eats polyestrin and fungi and microbes that break down plastics in the environment. Scientists are developing new types of filters to remove MNPs from drinking water. Like, this has a real, like, there was an old lady who swallowed a fly, right? Kind of vibe. She swallowed the tiger to eat the the monkey to eat the... I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Plastic is everywhere. Most people cannot imagine a world without plastic. Even if we stop producing plastic right now, the world will still be full of microplastics, says Castile. So it's good to think about mitigation issues, mitigation measures, applying a precautionary principle, and seeing what we can do to minimize exposure, or maybe prevent certain health risks that there might be. This is great, dude. This is great. Like, is it any small wonder that capitalism can't reproduce itself? Like, capitalism is in like this free fall decline from a very just basic, like, people are not having children, right? Every nation, every capitalist nation is experiencing negative growth, right? That's the reason why Canada is losing its mind, because its economy is going into the toilet. We're experiencing negative growth. And because we're experiencing negative growth, we've had to ramp up our immigration numbers. And who's coming to Canada in large numbers? People who are running from war and from climate change disasters. Like, I work with a bunch of people who have recently immigrated in the last couple of years, right? And they are fleeing war. And what wars are they fleeing? America's wars. That's who these people are. And then the ones that aren't fleeing war are literally fleeing areas that are just being ravaged by climate change and are just climate change disasters. Like, we have put out an image of prosperity, and people are coming and seeing there's not that much prosperity. Yeah, the wage is high, but so's the rent. And I talked to recent immigrants who literally are like, yeah, I think I'm just going to go back to my home country. Like, straight up. Like, I know people, I literally talk to people who are like, they've come here from Brazil or they've come here from India. And they're just like, I mean, I'm glad that I came here because like travel is good and like I got an education here in Canada, but I don't think so, dude. I think I'm going to turn around and go home. Like, what an indictment. What an indictment of the whole system and the whole idea. Bloop, good to see you. Lots of alt-right people online won't shut up about Indians coming to Canada. Yeah. Meanwhile, their country has a wet bulb temperature that are killing people left and right. Exactly, Bloop. That's exactly right. Well, and it's so crazy. Like, right-wing people just like, they get caught on the migration issue and it's like, it is their brain turns off. Like they're just caught on it. And ultimately the only reason they care about it is because it's like, you know, inferior people are coming to our pristine country. And you're like, oh, what do you think about climate change? Chinese hoax. Okay. Well, what do you think about the fact that there's this income inequality that's happening? They earned it. It's like, at some point you're just like, maybe you're just a Nazi, right? Like, maybe you really are just like, yeah, they rightfully killed those people and stole their land, as one does. Like, there just kind of comes a point where you're like, I think these people are just psychologically dangerous. Like, they've just bought into the idea that, like, the reason why they support the Israelis is because they're like, yeah, the Israelis destroyed their land and took it. If I could get away with destroying my neighbor's land and stealing his land, I would. But there's a police force. That's just human nature, baby. Might makes right. Content writes, I'm just at work pulling hundreds of bags of trash. So much plastic. Yeah. And what's it all for, do you think? Right? Why did we do it? This whole like plastic adventure that we've all gone down, right? Like, that they're like, we need to make everything plastic for efficiency so that one guy can make $100 trillion while the rest of you get infected with microplastics. Good Riddance USA says it just starts and ends with racism. That's it for them. Yeah, like I think it's just the classic white supremacy, like settler colonial mindset, right? Like we have the manifest destiny. If you watch like if you watch Fox News now, they're just straight up Nazis now. It's just the things they're saying is just straight up Nazism. Q writing some Russian in the chat. I cannot read that, but a good day to you, sir. Like, are we ever going to even begin asking the basic question of, like, what are we doing here? Don't we think our lives should be good? DM, good to see you, DM. Good evening to you. Now that the federal election is well underway, so far none of the major parties mention anything about improving social supports like a basic income. Correct. People can barely afford the basic necessities of life. Correct. The price of food and shelter has skyrocketed, in case anyone hasn't noticed. Yeah, because the system of capital is failing. Like, it's just failing, and the only people who are left to defend it are deluded dimwits. We've seen a couple of them in here today. Just people who are just disconnected from reality completely, and like don't really understand that what they're doing is supporting and enacting Nazi policies, right? Like these, like we are straight up marching towards final solutions. Like that's where we're marching. That people are going to look around, and like the migration conversation, which we were just talking about, that's sort of the primer for it all, right? Get used to othering people, get used to dehumanizing people, get used to pretending like those people aren't also human beings, that they're just pawns to move around a table, right? And then eventually they'll start talking about, well, how do we deal with this? What do we do? Well, we need some kind of final solution, right? That's 100% where we're going. And if you're marching towards final solutions, you're not talking about social security, you're not talking about safety nets, you're not talking about supports, right? Because the people you want to purge from your society, you don't want to support them, right? Like that's where this is going. And like the liberals and the conservatives are on board for that. For God's sakes, like the Trudeau liberals and now the Carney liberals were applauding Nazis in Parliament, right? Like the Ukrainian diaspora that supports the Liberal Party here in Canada upholds Nazis. They erected a Victims of Communism memorial, and the names on the monument are all Nazis. Like, what do you need? What do you need? You know, there just comes a point where you're like, hey, flashing red alert. We are a society that has given the power of our media and of imagination. We've given the imaginative power of the nation over to a small group of demented psychopaths. And all they're doing is filling the society with the dreams of Nazis. That's all they're doing. And the dreams of even progressives, the dreams of communists, right, are just not allowed to promulgate. We're not allowed to have those dreams in the society. We're not allowed to have a vision of our society that's rooted in the idea of helping one another. The only vision of our society that we're allowed to propagate is this vision rooted in the profit motive, where the person who makes the most amount of money is the best person. So it's just this, it's a nightmare. It's a dream of a psychopath. Eggs D writes, Canadians scolding Americans over racism and Trump, rainbows, peace. Canadians when you mention Indians and Pakistanis. Yeah, frowny face, straight up Zig Heils. Yeah, dude. No, like, we're as guilty as white supremacy as anybody else, right? Like, when we've got the leader of the opposition walking around being like, we shouldn't be embarrassed of our past, and we should pay attention to the future, and we should embrace our history. And John A. Macdonald was a good leader. You're like, okay, straight up Nazism. Like, saying we shouldn't be ashamed of our history and we should embrace our cultural heritage, right? Those are some Nazi talking points. Whether you know they are or not, right? Whether you know they are or not. Garden State writes, your live performance was beautiful, by the way. Thank you, Garden State. I appreciate that. I'm going to try to get better production values. It's very kind of you guys to say that, but from an objective perspective, like, that video is pretty raw, right? So I don't know how I'm going to do that. So I'm going to look into that. And maybe it's as simple as just bring my microphone, right? Just bring my microphone and record the video, but then also have the mic set up somehow. So I'm going to keep doing that. Bloop writes, off topic, John, but do you think JFK was assassinated because of his resistance to AIPAC? JFK conspiracy theory, JFK conspiracy theory, let's have conspiracy time. Let's talk some JFK conspiracy theories. Talk about some conspiracy theories. Do 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 do. Cha. I think that JFK was just assassinated by the CIA. And, like, I think that there's lots of reasons why he is assassinated. And I don't think it's as simple as one thing. It's like the assassination of Julius Caesar, right? Like, why was Julius Caesar assassinated? And lots of people come up with lots of different explanations. I rather like Michael Parenti's explanation for the assassination of Julius Caesar, which is that Julius Caesar created the foundation of a transition, an economic transition away from a slave society to a feudal society, that he started to create the foundation of slaves being owned by the land, and that you could no longer buy and trade individual slaves, but that the slaves would be transferred via a land transfer arrangement. And that creates the foundation for the feudal era moving through Europe, which, of course, slaveholders didn't care for. They didn't like that. We have a first-time chatter saying typical commie take, although it doesn't clarify what that is. And Earth is flat. No, it's not. So, first statement, pretty embarrassing. If you have anything interesting to say, go ahead. But I do think that, I ultimately think that JFK was assassinated by the CIA. Although I rather like the take from the Chapo Trap House boys, where they say, yeah, he was assassinated by the CIA, but it was a botched operation, that they didn't mean to kill him, that he just ended up getting shot, that they wanted it to be more along the lines of what happened to Trump, right? That, like, Trump got shot at, but he didn't die, right? And their theory and their thinking behind that is, like, the CIA is incompetent. Like, they're a very stupid group of frat boys, right? And it seems to be exactly the type of frat boy shit that a bunch of dumbasses would come up with. And then they just ended up hitting him. And they were like, oh, fuck. And so then they had to, like, do a series of cover-ups and do, like, a whole series of, like, in my view, there's a 0% chance the CIA isn't somehow involved in it. Like, it's such there's so many things that they did to try to cover it up, and there's so much weird shit that happened with the JFK assassination, and so many dumb lies. Like, the magic bullet lie is so stupid. Like, you've got to be a complete dumbass to believe that. Like, straight up, like, worse than people from Idiocracy. Like, yeah, the bullet hit JFK, and then it wrapped around and hit here, and then it wrapped around and hit here, and then hit, which incidentally is still the official story. It's just, like, so stupid. You have to be a complete moron to believe it. And it's because of that kind of stuff where there's just such an obvious like frat boy lie that's still being upheld by the CIA, instead of the CIA being like, here's a credible story that's believable. And then like you take a look at Oswald, and you look at Lee Harvey Oswald's story, and you're like, this guy was a CIA spook. He is a CIA spook. Like it's just that the CIA is just starting to form, right? Like the CIA started in the 40s from Truman, and so it's only really been around for a couple of decades, and so it isn't like embedded in the consciousness of the people that there's this organization, this clandestine organization that's essentially a terrorist organization that exists in the United States. But when you actually crack open the history of Lee Harvey Oswald, you're like, this guy's a spook. He's for sure intelligence all the way through. His whole narrative is an intelligence narrative. And his own mother is saying he was a patsy in this. He said that he was a patsy in this. So like to me, the reality is that they probably had 5 or 6 gunmen. Their goal was to scare the shit out of JFK, but they ended up killing him because they're incompetent. And then they made a whole bunch of clumsy excuses, and they managed to kind of get away with it because of the incredulousness of the populace. Like the populace wasn't in a place where they were like, the CIA exists and operates and does these things. That they were naive. There was a lot of naivety about it. And that naivety, I think, really manifests itself in the Church Commission itself, right? Where the CIA clearly gives over condemning documentation. Like MK Ultra should have shut that organization down. Like MK Ultra by itself should have closed the CIA, and it should have been wiped away because of MK Ultra itself, and the as a terrorist organization, for sure, the CIA involvement in the crack crisis in the 80s is absolutely reprehensible. Well, the CIA is a reprehensible organization. They're obviously a terrorist organization. They exist for their own sake now. Like they don't exist for the benefit of the United States. They don't exist for the benefit of the military. They don't exist really even for the benefit of corporate capitalism. They really exist for their own benefit. And the people who are willing to operate within the CIA are psychopaths, like very clear and obviously. The torture program that the CIA erected during the war on terror under Bush, like the people who pushed for that and the people who allowed that to go through and the people who are defending it are obviously psychopathic serial killers. Like, obviously. Like, these people wanted to torture Islamic people in black sites. And they attempted to create a legal framework to be able to justify that. Right? That's a thing that happened in the CIA. So the CIA is obviously hiring just malicious serial killers. Like, one of the things that's been happening in America is like the amount of serial killers has dropped off. There's been a drop. Like, if you'll remember in the 60s and 70s, there were like always serial killers that they were finding. And they were like big stories, and like people made these guys like celebrities, like Manson and all this, right? And it's like, oh, well, where did the serial killers all go? How come there's a decline in serial killers? And there are people who are like, well, there's been an increase in surveillance, right? There's been an increase in criminal organizations or anti-crime organizations. People are more aware of serial killers now, and so there's more sophisticated methods to sort of find them out. And yeah, I think maybe there is truth to that. There is more sophisticated members to find them, but then they recruit them. I think that the reason why serial killers have declined is because the CIA and the military have recruited them. Who's perfect to put in your military organization? We need people who will just unabashedly walk through the streets of Baghdad, shooting children in the streets. Serial killer paradise. So I think the military has just been recruiting. Yeah, the American Sniper guys, case in point. He's just an outright psychopath. And this my Twitch chat just says this channel is temporarily unavailable to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines and terms of services. Looks like I've been banned on Twitch, guys. That'll happen eventually. Yeah. No, I'm not sad about it. Renovation says, I bet you that one chatter reported you. Yeah. Nazis will do that. Right? I'm good riddance from Twitch. Good to see you, Ren. Well, I've seen you before. We went too deep. No, I think that it's just as simple as like these organizations are fundamentally fascist, right? Like these organizations are run by far right corporatists, and channels like mine are typically shadow banned, put in the corner, and I've just been growing, right? I've been steadily growing over time. And so it's only a matter of time until a channel like mine, who refuses to tolerate Nazism, who refuses to tolerate Zionism, who calls these people out for what they are, and who refuses to keep them around, it's only a matter of time until the Nazis I chase out go cry to daddy, and daddy goes, oh, it's okay, little Nazi, right? I love you. It's really that simple. Like, oh, Twitch is down. Now, I have a thing right here. I'm looking at it right now, DM. This channel is temporarily unavailable to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of services. I'm looking right at it. So Twitch being down, maybe they're doing a purge. Maybe here's the purge. Although it's possible that Twitch is down. Twitch is not down. Here's the purge. They're just going to go through and purge all the... You know what I bet you it actually is? I bet you it's this picture. I bet you it's this picture right here. This Luigi Mangione stuff has got the rich losing their minds. Right when I open Twitch, it says it updated its terms of services. U.S. prosecutors to seek death penalty for Luigi Mangione. Canadian Snow Leopard writes, yeah, it was probably lose. Some people had that as a BTTV icon, got temporary ban for it. Yeah, I'll look into it. The trouble with these social media things is that they don't actually tell you what happened, right? Reno says, did you see they detained that American ACP at the Canadian border? The new MAGACOM party? You mean the new Nazi party, right? The guys that uphold Nazism in their charter? Or not in their charter, but in their manifesto? ACP member detained at Canadian border. Yeah, we should not let these guys into Canada. Do we know the name of the guy? Because I got this hit. U.S. citizen kicked out of Canada 6 times in cat and mouse game with border officials. Search warrant alleges. After being sent back to the U.S. for the 6th time in 2 years, American citizen Hussein O'Hag returned to Canada to finish what he started. Yeah. So that's the only story I'm finding. Like, do you know the name of the ACP member? Because, like, the more interesting story of what I've been seeing is that Jackson Hinkle went to Yemen and actually spoke to people in Yemen. And it was like, what are you doing there, dude? How'd you even get there? Like, how are you doing that? Just tell me what to search, Renovation. Links won't go into the YouTube chat, so just tell me what to search, and I'll find it. It's always disappointing when you hit the ban wall, you know? Like, my TikTok has been shadow banned, and I was banned on live on TikTok a long time ago, and I can't actually get anything done. American Communist parties meet with Hamas. Oh, ACP International Secretary Christopher Hillel was detained by CBP on his return from Yemen. I mean, I'm not surprised at all. Although that is chilling. There's a chilling effect here. No, I can't play this. I do not know what to make of the ACP. Here's the only thing. Here's the thing, okay? This essay, which is written by their president, Haz al-Din, right? Back in 2022, I read this on the chat, on the stream rather, and it was brutal. Like, really, really brutal. Jefferson writes, isn't Reddit also banning accounts and subs that mention Luigi? Also people who upvote posts containing the word? Yeah, I think people are going after it. Like, they're trying to kill this guy, and they're trying to send a message to us very, very clearly. Like, if you support this Luigi Mangione guy, then you're going to get banned. And it's like, I really wish that you would just, like, tell us what the rules are, because they don't really tell you what the rules are. And it's very clear that they're just making, like, we're in this, like, Kafka-esque reality, right? They're doing it to people making fun of Elmo too. So it's just getting childish, right? Which makes sense. They're led by a child. So here's the red flag, okay, for me with this. Carl. So I don't want people to read this article because it's winding and badly written. Like, I would never support a party who elected this person as their president, because this person's clearly unhinged, like very clearly unhinged, right? Like, he in this article, the president of the ACP obviously formulates an idea of the state that excludes everyone who isn't a straight man, and, like, a straight white man specifically. It's obviously a white supremacist worldview. Like, obviously. He explicitly excludes, like, transgender people, people with mental and physical disabilities. They're not part of the state, right? That he describes the state as, like, universal, but it's like, okay, so if you exclude women, people of color, trans people, and people with disabilities, then what's left? Straight men, right? So he views straight men as the universal state, and he argues for it in this article. But that's not even the worst thing that he does. So the worst thing that he does is enter Carl Schmitt's theory of the partisan, right? Partisanship itself is a political alignment, blah, blah, blah. He goes and defends the partisan, right? That we should be partisans. And in the closing statement, right? Yob, yob, yob. You see how long this is, and it's just rambling, right? Yeah. Our faith lies with the people alone, and so MAGA communists now make it their goal to go down to the people and fight alongside them in a common partisan struggle against the ruling class. Okay, sounds nice, right? Carl Schmitt is a Nazi. Like, he was a Nazi lawyer that worked in the Nazi party and then actually never repudiated his Nazism. He wrote a bunch of things, including The Theory of the Partisan was one of the things that he wrote. And what's so embarrassing about this for this Hazaldine fellow is that all Carl Schmitt was doing was creating a legal foundation for how do we treat partisans and revolutionaries, like from a legal standpoint. So when we, the Nazi party, go into a region and take it over by force, how should we treat people who are partisans? And so he creates a theory of the partisan. He's not saying you should become a partisan. He's acknowledging that this exists and that, but how do we treat these people? Like, so what's the legal punishment for a man fighting for his country and his state, right? That's what Carl Schmitt was doing. And so Hazaldine, instead of evoking the name of Lenin or Mao, you know, the actual revolutionaries, the actual partisans, he evokes a Nazi, Carl Schmitt. Why? Why? Why are we keeping the writings of a well-established Nazi alive? Why are we making people read the writings of a Nazi? Why are we normalizing Nazis? And the answer is that these guys are using communism as a Trojan horse, that they're controlled dissent that are designed to influence as many people as possible, get them involved in a quote unquote communist project, and then betray them. It's like Trotskyists. It's the same idea, right? That the CIA and intelligence services do this fairly commonly, where they present themselves as left-wing revolutionary types, but what they're doing is they're controlling dissent. And that's what this party is, as far as I'm concerned. The ACP. Like, yeah, I'm sure they're getting stuck at the border. Like, I'm sure that's happening, right? But, like, how are they getting out? They're getting out because somebody goes, nope, you got to let them go. They're intelligence. Right? Like, for God's sakes, like Jackson Hinkle being in Yemen should be a huge red flag for you. It should be a massive red flag for everybody. An ACP member is in Yemen? What do you think they're doing? Like, it's intelligence creating controlled dissent. That's how I view the ACP. I don't think they're a genuine communist movement. I think that they use Hazaldine as their leader because he is just like unhinged, and he is unhinged. Like, hold on. Just pick a random. We're just going to pick a random thing. I don't think he's crazy. I just think he's unhinged. With the final consolidation of liberal democracy after World War I, politics of change actually becomes, in a sense, conservative. The established institutions of modernity make political progress and change an inevitability. Eventually, leftism just fulfills an agenda already established outside politics. On the other hand, the right can be defined by a modern politics of order, or the metaphysics of political modernity. The first rightist was Hobbes. During the French Revolution, the rightists were the Thermidorans, and the element of the bourgeois which wanted to emulate the English model, where the king is just a puppet of the ruling class. But permanent order is destroyed at the level of established politics and liberal democracy. So order of a deeper and more fundamental kind has to be sought after. But then conservatives become revolutionary, like in the 1979 Iranian Revolution, where deeper order was found in Islam. Enter Carl Schmitt's theory of the partisan. Like, it's just a word salad. Like, he's just, and then when you actually, and like, it takes him forever to actually like state his ideas. And then when you actually crack open his ideas, it's just essentially white supremacy. Like, it's fundamentally the belief system. It's like white supremacy, and like we should uphold partisan values, you know, like said by a Nazi. So it's wild to me. And it's like, it's kind of unbelievable to me that such a party would be able to send somebody to Yemen. It's kind of unbelievable to me that such a party would have any influence whatsoever, right? Unless they have proper backing, unless they have actual backing. So I tend not to believe it. The ACP has ties to the CIA. What ties? Because I'm just running on a theory. That's just kind of like what I've seen, and I've seen enough to just be like, yeah, probably. Like, I don't see a grassroots organization sending ACP members to Yemen. Like, it just seems unbelievable. You know what I mean? Like, clearly there's a money backing that project, and that the most likely place for that money to come from is intelligence. And I've seen people say this before, Garden State, where the ACP has ties to the CIA. Like, what makes you say that? Can I see something concrete? Because, like, having an idea and having a theory and having something known, having evidence, is different. And I'm really looking for the smoking gun. So if I could get a link to that smoking gun, that would be really wonderful. That'd be really wonderful. Dude, if my Twitch chat gets banned because of this, like, how weak are we as a people? Like, we're just so weak. It's unbelievable how weak the West has become, and it's just going to get weaker and weaker and weaker. Like, it wasn't that long ago that the like civil rights movement was happening. It wasn't that long ago that the Occupy movement happened. Like, it wasn't that long ago that there were like gigantic civil movements and enormous amounts. Garden State writes, Jackson Hinkle used to work in the DNC as well. Yeah, I think that he has always sort of addressed that as like, we all make mistakes, which is like, believable enough. Like, it is believable enough to be like, I was young and I wanted to get involved in politics and I believed in the DNC, and then I got there and I was like, nope, obviously not a thing. And so I started doing this. But Jackson Hinkle is obviously like, he came out of nowhere. Like, he's just been like elevated to such a high level all of a sudden. And like, him ending up in Yemen, it's like, what are you talking about? What's this kid doing in Yemen? Like, what are you fucking talking about? That pretty obviously they're using this kid as a way to consolidate power into the American system. That if they can convince countries that, oh yeah, we're interested in communism, we're interested in that. Like, if they can convince people, as long as they sell you their oil, like, they don't really care. So it just seems to me wholly unbelievable that, given the trajectory that this kid is on, Like, where is he getting his money from? Like, who's backing this shit? What? Why be in Yemen? Like, it's so odd. That to me is what makes it so, like, I kind of raise a red flag on that. I'm like, why are you even there? Who are you even talking to be able to make a speech in front of those people? Like, what are you even talking about? How does that even happen? And how does that happen without some kind of person? Like, who's your financial backing? Like, where are you getting your money from? Like, I can't just go to Yemen. Like, and like, and the Yemenis are not just like, yeah, let's just let an American in here. Like, what contacts do you have? Who do you know? What's the story here? We're just gonna let you be in Yemen? I just don't think so. You know? So, and it just seems to me like there's too many red flags. There's too many red flags on these guys. They just scream of intelligence. Communism obviously can't work because if things are free, people take more of everything than they need. For example, I have free water at my house, so I just leave all the taps on and keep drinking and drinking until I develop hyponatremia. It's human nature, buddy. I love this idea, right? Like, well, if things are free, people will take more than they need, and the library system has been in place since like 1823. Like, I feel like I feel like the existence of the library system should be the thing that we're always pointing at. Like, whenever they come at us with like human nature and this, that, or the other thing, it's like, or what about the library system? We've had a library system in this country for hundreds of years, like since literally like the 1800s. People come, they take out books, they return those books. Like, there's a system. You could do that for like objects as well. You could do that for like tools, right? You could create like a tool library where people go to a place, they rent out tools that they need, and then they return them. You could do that for all kinds of things. Uh, uh, like, why are we insisting that everything has to be privately held and privately owned? Well, if you do that, then people will just take it and not return it. But they do return it. Like, where's your human nature argument when people actually do the thing you say they don't? You know? Ugh. This Twitch ban, dude, I don't like that at all. I don't care for that at all. I know it's going to come for me. I know that eventually I get banned off all these platforms. I know that eventually I lose this channel. No, of course, and I will appeal it. Like, it's just but like, I don't think it's going to matter ultimately. Like, eventually there will come a time where, eventually there just comes a time when they're just going to walk through and they're just going to do a purge, right? That happened with the Ukrainian invasion, right? When Russia invaded Ukraine finally, there was a huge purge, right? And there was a purge of like really, really credible people, like Abby Martin, and anybody who worked for RT, obviously. But like, you're looking at like Abby Martin. Yeah, look, happened on October 7th too. Yeah, so it's just a matter of time, right? It's just a matter of time until this channel gets purged, and it's just so obviously going to happen that way, where eventually the ruling class will see that that this allowing a free and open discourse, allowing people to actually discuss the seriousness of the decline of the West, like eventually it's just going to be a full ban. And like people like me will just be like, I just won't have access to the system at all. Like unless I want to watch like cat videos or something. They're fine if I sit here and just watch cat videos. But if I actually point out that our country is devolving into Nazism, which it objectively is, and that we should do something about that, right? They don't want that. They don't want people encouraging you to get off the couch and go do something and organize, right? They don't want people to actually understand what's going on and actually go do something about it. And they certainly don't want you to do the things that are necessary, right? Like they certainly, like, I do feel like at the end of the day, it is this story. It's this image that got me into trouble. And then of course it's this story, which is the fact that they're pursuing the death penalty. Like if you're not convinced you live in a Nazi state, like it, I said it before, I'll say it again. Like, what would people ask themselves? What would you do if you were living in Nazi Germany? You know exactly what you would do. You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. Right? And what do you think the Nazis would do if they had access to like YouTube? Like, what do you think Goebbels would do if he had access to social media? Like, what do you think Goebbels would do? I think he'd basically be doing what he's doing now, what they're doing now. Like, they're happy if you're sitting on your couch at home listening to someone like me gripe about the state of things. They don't mind that, right? What they don't want you to do is leave your house, find like-minded people, and form organizations that run counter to their interests. And like, oh, there was this one situation that happened. Did I pull that one up? Oh, I just remembered that. I'm going to find that. Hold on, give me a second. There was a person, a Republican fellow. He quoted Goebbels. He quoted Goebbels in his address, and he said that we should. He said something along the lines of, "It is the state has the right to pay attention to rising movements in its own country." Shoot, I don't know where that is now. That's so unfortunate. That's okay. That's okay. But like we're having representatives literally quoting the Nazis now. Bloop, this is exactly what I'm looking at. And I haven't got into my email yet, but it says this channel is temporarily unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines or terms of services. That's precisely what I have. I've got nothing else. So I'll take a look at it. They won't give me a reason. I only have a suspicion. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear, right? And like, again, it's just a matter of time. That's all. It's just a matter of time. Like as long as we keep descending towards Nazism the way that we are, like it's just a matter of time. They're not going to tolerate people like me. They're not going to tolerate people who are pointing out that their system is failing. They're not going to tolerate that I'm standing here saying we should do something about this and it should be serious. They're not going to tolerate somebody being like, hey, you know what we should do is go surround the halls of power. The way that I've been saying for years. Like, they're not going to tolerate it. And uh, uh, and eventually they're going to say, you know what, let's just clean it all out. Just get rid of all this commie shit. Right? The Nazism is fine. We can have as much fascism on here as we want. But if somebody stands up and says, hey, we shouldn't have fascists, then that's the bridge too far. Right? And it'll be like the Conservative Party will get in and then just do a generalized purge. Right? Like, that's how it'll work. And chances are good that I'm already like on a list somewhere. Like, there's already like an algorithm that's picked me up and been like, far left content. And they'll just look at that list and be like, cool, just ban that list. Like the way the Trump administration operates. How they just do like a search of like words like equity or DEI or diversity and then fire those people. And like, it'll be that stupid. Right? And I know it's coming. Like, I'm not a dumbass. Like, I understand. So I'm just gonna keep doing what I do until that day comes. And then I'll figure it out from there. Like, that's all there is to it. You know, like, I don't really do this for money or fame or any of that kind of idea. And I do this for my own mental well-being. And I do this because I think that there are enough people out there. Like the fact that you guys tune in and listen to me, I think is incredible. It's an incredible thing to know that there are people out there who tune in and listen and who look forward to it and who thank me for doing it. And I feel so honored that that's the case. Like, I feel like I wish that I could do more. You know, I wish that I could be stronger somehow. But this is what I can do. This is what I've got. And I feel like I do this so that I can maintain my own sanity, so that I can keep my own feet on the ground, so that I can chase away delusion, so that I can be honest with myself and honest in the world that I live in, and not buy into the fairy tales that are presented to us. And now they've just gone too far, right? Like, the mask came off and everybody else wants to put the mask back on and pretend like it never came off in the first place. And everybody wants to pretend as though there's a road back. Everybody wants to pretend like we can somehow right the ship and that there is a path backward once the mask came off. And all it's done is made the mask creepier. All it's done is made the mask look even more demented and even more insane. And the mask comes off again. We all know it. And so those people who are on this belief or of this belief that somehow we're going to right the ship by voting, not real. Radio Halifax writes, I've been a communist since the 1970s. Finally, after all these years, I find another Canadian communist speaking out and online. Thank you, John. I appreciate that, Radio. I really do. Because that, to me, we've been isolated and we've been alienated. Just like Marx talked about. And it's the isolation, right, that I think has a maddening quality. And Bloop writes, most people choose to ignore reality. It's really insane. I think it's a survival strategy. And most people are reactionary, right? Like most people spend most of their lives passive. Life is a thing that is happening to them. And that the decisions that they make are not really decisions. Like they're just picking a survival strategy, right? And that survival strategy is like open in front of them. They're told, oh, sure, you're a free, open person, but the only way you'll make money is this way. And so most people are like, okay, I'll just walk through that, right? I'll just walk through that. And incidentally, the picture that I'm showing right now, this is exactly how the wealthy want you to be. This is the society that the wealthy wants. Right? They want you to hate your neighbor based on performance instead of actually talking to your neighbor about real politics and things that are serious. Like, and when I say most people are reactionary, right? Most people are in this reactionary state. I think that there are people who can stop being reactionary, but even then, it's temporary. Most people are reactionary most of the time, and that to live an active existence, to be active and look at your environment in an active way, requires a great deal of energy and a great deal of dedication. In a way, it's the reason why I do this, is so that I can think actively about the environment that I'm in. And most people, like the realization that most people are just reacting, and that what that means is that most people are just running on emotions. Most people don't really realize their own personal sense of power, the core and the center of their power and the truth of their existence, which is that you actually can do anything you like in this reality as long as you face the consequences of it. You understand the consequences of it. You can do what you like, and you can do what you like with pride and dignity, because whether you're rich or poor, you die all the same. That this is a temporary existence. We are not here for that long. You don't actually have that big an impact on what's going on, regardless of the stories that they tell. That it's a collective existence, and that in this moment, at this time, you just understand that it's a collective existence. You are one of the collective that sees the collective and understands that it is a collective. Whereas the reactionary, childish view is that it's all just individuals. It's the most false thing that a person can believe about the reality that they're in. It's obviously a collective existence, and that you can impact that reality to the degree that you're able. But the collective has an enormous amount of power. This is what we're talking about when we say that people need to be awakened, and they need to become woke. This is what leftists mean when they say stay woke, right? Which is to be aware and to have an awareness and to be able to actively think about and walk through the society that they live in. And hopefully articulate back to the collective that which the collective inherently thinks and believes, which is the role of the artist. Right? The role of the artist is to say what the collective is thinking. And it's in the interests of the capitalist class to demonize that. It's in the interest of the capitalist class to pretend like that has no value. Because what the collective will often say. The collective will often speak out against the powerful. Right? We have a dim view of powerful people in history. Right? We tend to uphold those who fought back against the powerful. Robin Hood springs to mind. Jesus Christ springs to mind. People who looked at the prevailing power structure and said, I don't think so. And it's because we all intrinsically and inherently do understand that we are temporary, we are mortal, we die, we return back to the source. That's an inevitability. We all fundamentally understand that. We don't like to talk about it because it's scary, because the spirit creature that we are is inhabiting the body of a monkey. And that body of a monkey is highly susceptible to emotional changes and emotional ups and downs. Like we're highly, highly manipulatable. And especially if you are reactionary. Like the most people, the people who are most enslaved to their emotions are those who believe they are not. That you are an emotional creature first and foremost. And you can't escape it. You can only acknowledge it. And you can only deal with it. Because you can't escape what you are. And what you are, first and foremost, is a little monkey with emotions that is carrying a spirit creature. And I have come to find that it's when you allow the spirit creature to operate at full awareness. When the spirit that inhabits you is given the reins, that's when things become so much easier. All your anger and your frustration and your rage, your sadness, your grief, these things fall away because your spirit, the spirit that inhabits your physical form, is eternal. It's part of creation. It's part of reality. It cannot die. It only returns to the source. And it continues on forever within the body of the one source of energy that inhabits all of creation. That's inescapable. And most of us, because we are like this, we are an amalgamation of an eternal spiritual creature merged with a temporal monkey. We're constantly in this state of conflict with ourselves, where we constantly seek satisfaction for our primal urges, for our material physical urges, but those urges can never be satisfied because they're not supposed to be satisfied, right? You can never be permanently satiated from your hunger. There's no such thing as eating so much you'll never be hungry again. you'll never be permanently entertained. Like, there are just aspects of your life that are unsatisfiable. And yet you have this hunger to have them be satisfied. You have a desire for them to be satisfied. And when you have infinite wealth, your desires for satisfaction can become more and more extravagant, more and more ridiculous. But it's the same impulse. And you can get lost in that, constantly attempting to satisfy that which cannot be satisfied. Pornography is like this. You can just get lost in it. Drugs are like this. You can just get lost in it. This constant pursuit to quench that which is unquenchable. And it isn't until you step above that, you go beyond that, and you start to actually ask yourself, wait, who am I? What am I? I am not just an animal trying to eat. There is a deeper thing happening here. I live in a larger environment. There is a reality that goes beyond my eyes. There is a thing called history. There is a reality that will continue once I die. That life is not merely limited to my base desires, wants, and my senses. That there's so much more happening. And it's only then that you can start to really think about, what am I interested in beyond just meager survivalism? How do I fit in? What is this reality in the first place? And then how do I fit into it in a way that makes any sense at all? How can I tolerate living in a reality that's governed by genocidal maniacs, living in a society that's ruled by these absolutely demonic principles? How do you continue moving forward? How do you simply not live in a state of despair? And for me, doing this has helped. But really, I think my objective and the gift that I've been given exists through music. And that I've come to see more and more that my end game of what I'm here to do is to sort of soothe the transition, to make things easier, to give people momentary respite and catharsis so that they can come to collectively express their emotional selves, to grieve, to weep for what they've lost, not simply what's behind them, but to weep for the loss of the people they wanted to be and they know they can never become. I think that's a heavy loss. To grieve for the reality that they could never provide for their children that with which they desired to. That we desire to leave a good, clean, beautiful life for our children. We desire to leave behind a better place. But we grieve now because we know that we won't. We know that we won't. We know that the life that's going to be left behind for our children is going to be worse. And it's unavoidable, no matter how hard you tried. No matter how hard you tried. And so I'm here to open up a space for people. And I know that I'm never going to be a rich man. I don't see the point in it. If I ever became a rich man, the first thing I would do is start giving my money away so that I wouldn't be a rich man anymore. Because I think it's a curse. And oftentimes I would think to myself, well, what can I do to ease the burdens of humanity? Outside of music, is there a physical thing? Is there a thing that I could do? And the thing I keep circling back around is non-participation. That the best thing for all of us to do is to stop participating to the best of our ability. Because of the necessities of our lives, you have to eat, you have to drink, you need shelter. You have to participate to some degree. But I refuse to participate in a system that has these outcomes, that says to the citizens of the country, you should view your neighbor as an enemy. You should view your neighbor as a threat. I refuse to participate in that. And if that means that I'm not going to make any money, that means that it's paycheck to paycheck for me, then so be it. I'm fine with that. I've made my peace with that. That's the reality of my life. Because to me, that's worth it. To first do no harm. To me, it's worth it. To live a quiet, private life, to reach out to others who are in pain, who are suffering, from the type of existential psychic damage that we're all receiving. And to even acknowledge that. To even acknowledge that there are those of us who are taking significant existential damage. That it hurts to be alive in this environment. Not just because of the knowledge of our mortality and the knowledge of our steady decay towards death, which is a struggle, to be sure, but the knowledge that what we're doing is utterly self-destructive, barbarous, that we've never really gotten out of being monkeys. Now we just have big, gigantic guns. Like, it was bad enough when we just had metal sticks. But now we've got nuclear bombs. and we're still basically just monkeys. And our ideas are bad, that they run counter to reality, that the prevailing theory of the day is everyone will be prosperous if one man has all the money. And my thinking is that everyone will be prosperous if everyone is prosperous. That no free being is free if they have to sell themselves, no matter how hard you justify it. No matter how hard you justify it, you can't make a person who has to sell themselves for food and shelter free. You just can't. It's not real. And in the end, that's what's going to be the biggest threat to the ruling class and to the system of capital, is finally people standing up and saying, I refuse to participate. I'm not interested in engaging in a culture that insists on holding humanity back like this. That what do we have to gain by constantly destroying ourselves? What do we have to gain by constantly creating bottlenecks? What do we have to gain by forcing people into debt peonage? What do we have to gain by silencing artists? What are we gaining as a species, as humans? That empowering a small group of people, the result of that is that you just end up with a small group of rich people. That they don't care about improving the society. They don't care. They don't have a vision for humanity's future. They're not trying to build anything that lasts beyond their own life. None of it matters to them. That making a small group of people rich just results in having a small group of rich people and allows them to do exactly what you expect rich people to do. If you've ever in your life studied any amount of human history, the rich are not well known as being good people who try hard to do good. That it's only the religious acolytes of neoliberalism who somehow believe that a man with $1 billion can somehow benefit the world. And I wish that we could have more serious conversations about the mystery of our reality and the mystery of our existence and the unknowable and yet eternally understood uh, reality of existence itself. That I do think that we intrinsically understand that we're part of larger systems. And we understand that we're in the unknowable and that humanity will never know. There are things that we will never attain. And I think it's fairly telling that we live in an environment currently where the only thing that we can imagine, the only thing the powerful can imagine to see humanity progress forward is to replace humanity. That Hirozaki, I think, was right, and he stumbled on something really quite astute, which is that humanity is losing faith in itself. That we don't actually believe that we can advance. We don't actually believe that we can grow and evolve and become wiser, become more intelligent. We don't actually believe that we can make discoveries, that we can have intelligent people in positions to make intelligent decisions, that we've lost confidence in ourselves to such a degree that we're attempting to birth an artificial intelligence to supersede us. We're attempting to replace humanity. And not simply the mundane tasks. We're not trying to automate the mundanity of dealing with reality and dealing with the necessities of what it is to be alive. We're literally attempting to replace the human spirit and human intelligence because we've lost faith in the idea that human intelligence and the human spirit is capable of growing the species into a larger consciousness. That we are fundamentally living in an environment that is inhuman, that is unhuman. Where powerful people are rooting against humanity. That instead of making education free and open and available, instead of making food and housing freely available, where everyone has access to it, instead of making a healthcare system that ensures everyone is strong and robust and healthy, instead of creating a food system where the food is clean, not poisoned, instead of creating systems to uplift humanity and to create a strong and resilient people of curious and inquisitive mind to be able to continue the exploration of reality and create a stronger, more stable human species to continue the exploration, not just of Earth itself, not just of the human species itself, and not just of the other creatures that live with us, but also of the unknowable infinity of the cosmos. Instead of focusing on that, we're doing everything we can to replace humans. That we're putting humans into debt peonage. That we're making it harder for humans to survive. We're making it harder for humans to live. We're making food and shelter expensive. We're giving humans less access to healthcare, less access to education. We're pulling our resources away from humanity. And we're funneling those resources into the creation of an artificial life form that we believe will be a superior human. And fundamentally, the reason why people who advocate for this believe that such an entity will be superior is because it will be bereft of the fundamental attributes that make a human, which is our emotions. That if you are a person who has never once considered and contemplated your emotional self, or considered that emotional self to be a valid part of your existence, then you believe that it can be replaced and given away. When that's the most fundamental attribute. We talk a lot about human nature. Well, human nature is actually defined by our emotions, by that we have inherited, the inescapable reality of your emotional self. That we're constantly told that humanity should be defined by its worst quality. The people who seek to abandon humanity want us to think very dimly of humanity. They want us to see theft, murder, and robbery, and they want that to be attributed to something deep and dark and inescapable within the human psyche. That we can never stop lusting for gold. We can never stop murdering one another. And it's the communists who stand up and say, it's material conditions that define human nature. That the primary quality of humanity is adaptability. That's human nature. And if your system is structured to reward murder and violence and theft, then humans will adapt to it. But if your society is structured to reward collaboration, compassion, and love, then humans will adapt to it. That if you create an environment that's full of false scarcity, where people need to scrabble and scrape in order to get access to food and shelter, and the only way some people can secure it is through theft or fraud, then they're going to do that. They're going to adapt to it, because that's what human nature actually is. And if you create a system that says to a bunch of monkeys who don't do self-analysis on themselves that the way to gain strength and power is by exploiting the vulnerability of everyone else in the society, well, then people will do that. That the promise of their own survival must come at the expense of others, which is the backbone of the capitalist system. Well, then people will adapt to that, because that's the primary human trait, is our adaptability. But if you create a society where food and shelter is freely available through institutional power, where education and healthcare are freely available, where these things are not dependent on how effectively you can sell your labor to the people who withhold them, well, then humans will adapt to that. And don't be too surprised if, when humans adapt to that, They end up more relaxed, more stable, happier, less prone to violent outbursts, less prone to malfeasance and fraud. Because they live in an environment of plenty where they're not threatened and they can relax. And don't be too surprised if such a people produce art and investigate the sciences. Because we want to. Not because we want to be paid for it, but because we want to. This is where the loss of faith in humanity has come down to. That people actually argue that humans won't produce anything unless under fear of the threat of starvation and homelessness. What a ridiculous idea. Humans have been producing art and investigating the sciences since cavemen were drawing on the side of cave walls. Everything that humanity has produced in terms of its discoveries, in terms of its artistic value, has happened in spite of power systems. Everything we see has happened in spite of the withholding of food and shelter. And the most devastating thing that's happening to humanity now is that huge groups of us are pretending like we are non-religious, as if a human can achieve that, as if that is achievable for a human being. We are surrounded by enormous, dramatic mysteries that are inescapable and unavoidable. And that humans generate religious meaning passively as a byproduct of being in reality. And if they don't do it actively, and if they don't create and focus on icons, symbols, ideas, art, in order to make sense of the mysteries actively and have active conversations surrounding those things, then we will do it passively. And we'll gravitate towards that which brings power to an individual. And what brings power to an individual in a neoliberal capitalist economy is money. And so we worship money. We've entered a phase where most people value the relationships around them based exclusively on what they bring to the table, is the words that get used. What do you bring to the table? How much money do you make? That nobody actually cares what you do. Nobody cares how respected you are in your society. Nobody cares about the value that you have to the people around you. Nobody cares if you're funny, if you make people smile. Nobody cares if you're kind. How much money do you make? And if your job actively hurts people, nobody cares. How much money do you make? And if your job is stupid and superfluous and pointless, but you make a lot of money, well, then now you're a valid person. Like, it really is getting to the point now that for human mating to occur, the conversation begins with, what's your bank account look like? How much money do you have? That's the beginning of the conversation. And it's small wonder the society is in the decline that it's in. Because we have come to worship money. We put money ahead of air, water, food, shelter, community. We put money ahead of all of that. That if it makes people money, we will poison the air. We will poison the water. We will poison the land. We will destroy communities as long as it makes people money. And so, unshockingly, humanity has adapted to that. That humanity adapts to this worship of money. Humanity adapts. And those who are most willing to adapt most successfully to a system of money worship are the most psychopathic people in the society. Those who are willing to betray their friends, those who are willing to destroy their families, those who are willing to murder and enslave and exploit others. Because the goal is not the improvement of anyone's life, not even the improvement of your own life. The goal is money, which we worship. And it's putting the society in a downward spiral. Because fewer and fewer and fewer people are gaining access to money. Because that's how iterated trading systems operate. Play a game of Monopoly. Watch it happen in real time. Bloop writes, the question is, when will we hit rock bottom? Because we're losing faith in humanity. Because we're losing our capacity to care about the outcome. We're entering a period of extraction and abandonment. That we worship money above everything else. And so we extract as much wealth as we can from systems that currently exist. And the moment those systems no longer produce money, not wealth, but money, for those that own those systems, what follows is abandonment. So you think about like a Walmart. There comes a time, and it has already happened to some communities, and it will continue to happen. There will come a time where Walmart will simply say, okay, we can't make this store profitable anymore. Or rather, we won't make this store profitable anymore. This store no longer funnels money into my pocket for nothing. And so they close it, which instantaneously impoverishes the neighborhood and the community that it was in. It's not hard to perceive that this tariff war will have an accelerating effect on this. Oh, now the good that I was selling to these people costs 50% more. Well, that cuts down on my profit margin enough that I can no longer justify keeping the store open. And it won't happen all at once. It won't be a unified people will have different experiences. It won't be a unified experience. Tennessee will lose its Walmarts. Florida will lose Amazon. Facebook will leave Connecticut. And it'll be like little lights blinking out. And these global systems, these structures that we have put our faith in and we have focused our livelihood towards and that we have come to rely on will begin abandoning us. And the places that do stick around the prices will be so high that most people simply won't be able to even afford going in. But the establishments will be open for the small group of people who can still afford it. But even then, eventually, that will stop. And community by community, town by town, city by city, county by county, state by state, people will be told to fend for themselves. That the political class will essentially shut the populace out, and the only message that they will receive is fend for yourselves. Rugged individualism, tough love, tighten your belts. And the people in these communities will be forced to fend for themselves. Bread Bunny, good to see you. And it's from these conditions that the United States and the West generally begins a process of balkanization. The states begin to break apart. And they begin to break apart because they no longer have faith in these institutions. That a place like Texas begins to see the federal government as being entirely burdensome. Like, I think the narrative goes exactly like this, that eventually the federal government will be put into a position where it will have to raise taxes on the wealthiest people, because those are the people who are going to have the money. They're not going to be able to raise taxes on anyone else. And the wealthy, instead of going along with that, will begin to fund and foment independence movements. They'll follow the CIA playbook. And they'll say to the working class and to the poor in those countries, in those states rather, hey, you know those taxes that you pay to the federal government, would you like to not do? And they'll whip up their militia forces and they'll whip up their far right Nazis and they'll just take control of states and they'll say, nah, we're not going to pay taxes. We consider you to be illegitimate. And the military forces and the system will be so exhausted by then, there's going to be very little that the federal government's going to be able to do about it. And so the breakup will begin happening. Some states will become fascist. Like, it's not hard to see Florida, Texas, many of the southern states, like Mississippi. Like, it's not hard to see a return to segregation. It's not hard to see a reinforcement of white supremacy. It's not hard to see that. And then others will become more socialist in their outlook. And lines will be drawn. Some states will go to war with each other over resource rights, specifically rivers. Like, the water wars are real. Like, that's a thing that is for sure going to happen. Because Americans don't understand what diplomacy is. They don't care to negotiate. That they'll buy into the idea that power comes out the barrel of a gun. And that'll be their first answer. Shoot first, ask questions later. And the backdrop for all of this is going to be climate change. And when I say abandonment, like, states will go to war with one another and the federal government will not be involved. Like, the federal government of the United States is going to turn into an institution like the Vatican. Like, there's the White House, there's the Senate, there's the Congress. Technically, there's a vote. Technically, nobody will. Like, voter turnout will go down to like 30%. Like, nobody will care. Because everybody will acknowledge that it's a powerless institution that no longer has control of anything meaningful. Like the Vatican. And it'll exist, but congressmen and senators and the president will really just exist in the way that the papacy exists. That they'll say things and people will be like, oh, the Pope said that. But doesn't really matter. And America will essentially become a series of small countries, like Europe. And those countries will each have their own ethoses and their own ideas and their own identity. And they will go to war with one another. Because that's how America has always existed. It is a warlike culture. And while the states go to war with themselves and create alliances and create like politics and all this, in a way it'll be fascinating. And while that all happens, the entire rest of the world is actually going to be in the process of rebuilding and building itself. That the African nations will begin federating. They'll begin creating alliances. They'll begin recovering from the colonial period. There'll be great conversations and debates about the nature of their relationship with China. The Middle East will actually begin rebuilding itself. Again, there'll be really interesting debates, likely internal war. Same thing with Africa, incidentally. Um, and every so often, America will do a bombing campaign or something, because that's how America is. They'll never stop doing that. That'll be like the primary thing that the federal government does. And in a funny kind of way, the federal government will exist as like a mercenary group, basically, that Amazon or BlackRock or some organization somewhere will essentially pay the federal government to do a bombing campaign somewhere so that some corporation can get access to specific resources that they want in a region, right? And that'll essentially be the relationship. And it'll all be very mercantile. It'll all be very mercenary. There won't be any idea of like nationhood attached to it at all. It'll be straight up like the Walmart family will hire the United States military to go to Greenland to take Greenland over. Like, it'll be like that. It'll be very feudal. And while that's occurring, China will just continue developing. It'll just continue growing. It'll send its thoughts and prayers over to America. There's a looming question mark over China right now. And that looming question mark is, can they avoid the trap of imperialism? That's the looming question mark. That it's like the One Ring from Lord of the Rings. Like, once China realizes that it has military supremacy, will it be able to resist the urge to just take shit over? Will it fall prey to this kind of thinking where they'll be negotiating with someone for mineral rights somewhere, and they're like, we want to get access to that? Well, will they be able to prevent themselves from eventually just saying, why don't we just send our military in there? Why don't we just take that over? Why are we even negotiating with these guys? That's the looming question mark for China. And then the water comes up. And then the famines set in. And then the plagues. And because America will be so weak and fragile, eternally infighting, eternal war, once reality begins to turn its head, once the wrath of God begins to come down on American soil, America will be utterly decimated. Decimated in a way that it has never experienced. Like, the coastal infrastructure will be unusable. Cities like Los Angeles, New York, Miami will be uninhabitable. You won't be able to live there. They will certainly be ungovernable. That humanity will see the ruins of New York. And because America is doing absolutely nothing to prepare for it, it will be brutal. It will be cruel and vicious. Millions of people will flee into destitution. And they won't really have anywhere to go. Just a populace completely dislocated. Forget about jobs. And there will be no central organization that will. It'll be like when New Orleans happened. Like, FEMA's just not going to show. They're not going to give a fuck. That they're going to leave it up to the cop cities. And the cop cities will be the central power structure from which the warlords arise. And some of them will be more socially minded. Many of them will be fascist. Because that's what they've been practicing most. And so the United States will be isolated. But the entire rest of the world will continue to develop, will likely be far more resilient, will be able to withstand these natural phenomenon. Like when China's cities begin to flood, China has a strategy. China has built dozens of ghost cities, what we charmingly call ghost cities. These are just empty cities, just ready to go. Well, once the coastal cities in China begin to experience the same kind of flooding, which the Chinese know is going to happen because they're not like us, they're smart, then they know that people will have a place to evacuate to. They know that people will be able to go to these other places that they already have pre-built. And so China is just going to be able to continue developing. They're going to go through the dramatic experience that the rest of us are going to go through. But instead of forcing the bulk of our citizens into tents or ramshackle facilities hastily built in a field somewhere, they're going to transfer their citizens into a new city. And their citizens will essentially pick up from where they left off. And China will continue to develop. And so the question becomes, right? When will we hit rock bottom? As what always happens after the disintegration of an empire, a warlord will arise. And that warlord will galvanize popular support because that warlord will say, we shouldn't live like this. We should live a better life. And that warlord will go throughout the United States, picking up support from the destitute and the poor, will arm them, train them, give them food, give them shelter. And they'll go across America. And then they'll unify America again under a new banner. And it's perfectly possible that that banner will be a swastika. And it's perfectly possible that the new empire will be explicitly white supremacist. And it's perfectly possible that that new empire will launch a campaign of destruction across the globe again. That's perfectly possible. Because Americans are well known for not learning anything or growing or evolving. Then again, it's possible that it'll be a person who galvanizes the support of the populace because he's sick of all the homelessness and the destitution, and that people will rally under the hammer and sickle, and that people will rally under socialist ideas, and that will throw off the warlords, and there'll be a massive abandonment. It's perfectly possible as well. We hit rock bottom when the money doesn't buy anything. America hits rock bottom when America loses its faith in the dollar. And that'll only happen when a dollar doesn't get you anything anymore. Bread Bunny, good to see you. You asked a while back. Me and the mate are wondering what the prices of things like food, medicine, and shelter in Cuba. How expensive would it be to live there for 5 years to become citizens? I think that you just need to talk to Cubans. I don't think asking me is a good idea. I think that you should reach out to Cubans. You should reach out to people in Cuba. You should go to Cuba. Like, if you're actually thinking of moving to Cuba, you should just go to Cuba and talk to people in Cuba. Because I don't think my information is going to be very valuable to you. Except to say, like, yeah, neat idea, interesting concept. So here in like, it's different, right? It's different. I'm a Canadian citizen. I can just book a plane flight and go to Cuba. So that's kind of the difference. Like, if you're in America, because America has insisted on the sanctions and has insisted on continuing the sanction regime, I don't think American citizens are freely able to go to Cuba. Because I'm a Canadian, I literally can just book a flight and I can just go. Because the relationship between Canada and Cuba is not based on this sanction regime. Like, Canada upholds the sanctions because we don't want to piss off the United States, but we're not active in that regard. And we'll go as tourists. Like we don't ban Cuban cigars, for example. Like, we're fine with that. So if you're an American, I think you might just be shit out of luck. Bread Bunny says, there's no information for this online anywhere. I suspect it's suppressed. Yeah. Here you go. So if I wanted to leave to Cuba on the 10th of April, here you go. Flights between Toronto and Cuba, it would cost me $300. Right? Like, how would I get to Cuba? I'd book a flight. And I would go to Cuba. Anemone writes, Carney says he wants to form international trade coalitions. Yeah, like since the Harper administration, right? Remember that, like, the conservatives and the liberals are only performatively against one another, right? Like, it's all just performative. So since the Harper administration, Stephen Harper was fairly outspoken in his desire to disconnect Canada from the United States economically, and for exactly the reasons we're experiencing now. Like, Harper saw a lot of this shit coming down the pipe, and Harper is short-sighted in certain ways, but has a long-term vision in other ways. Like, for example, he supported the Iraq War, which is just like obviously his Christian nationalism taking over. So he has blind spots, but he was right about wanting to create larger trade deals and get less connected to America. And so that process really began under Harper. Like, Harper, he didn't just say it, he actually pursued it. But of course, it's not like a switch. You don't just like flip that switch and suddenly aluminum goes this way, now aluminum goes that way, right? That's it's not a video game. And so it's been sort of slow and steady. The Trudeau liberals, they didn't get in the way of that. That's the best way of putting it. That the Harper conservatives began that process, and the Trudeau liberals basically were just like, okay, that exists. Off you go. And they didn't really get in the way of it. They didn't really encourage it. They didn't suppress it. They just sort of were like, as you were. And now with what's going on with this trade war and this tariff war, I think the Carney liberals, which are essentially the Trudeau liberals just with Carney, you need a Carney to run a circus. Haha. They're basically grabbing what the Harper conservatives had already been doing and what the businesses had already been doing, but now they're going to throw institutional weight behind it more. And so the negotiations and the trade that had been going on with China, with Europe, with Australia, with India, India's a good one, they're just going to make it bigger, and they're going to formalize things more. And it's that formalization, I think, that is going to be very damning for the United States. That it's very clear that the ruling power structure has not, that the Trump administration and the Americans generally have really not thought this through, and that they're going to be the big losers in all of this. Like, the American people are going to lose out really, really big. And it's going to be really bad. Like, it's going to be really, really bad for the average American. I just think it's going to accelerate the decline of America. The poverty and the homelessness that exists in America and Canada, frankly, is just going to accelerate. The most shocking thing, I think, is that, like, when the Great Depression happened the first time, there were political forces and there were voices and there were people who were saying, yeah, we need to resolve, like, this needs resolution. Like, we can't just live like this. We have to find a way to solve this. And there were people who were legitimately concerned about that. And most people within the power structure were legitimately concerned about it. And so I think that really helped average Americans out, that they were going through this really dramatic downturn, this really bad period of time. But there was this sense that forces were working to make things better. Noam Chomsky talked about this, that there was a sense of general goodwill, and there was a sense that we're working on it. And there was something of an understanding that, like, we don't really understand why things are like this. And we're trying to figure that out. And from that idea comes Keynes, right? Keynesian economics. And there's a new way of thinking, and Keynes comes in, and they're like, okay, we're going to focus on this, and we're going to do this. And sure, there's skeezy shit that happens, and sure, like, the capitalists are still psychos and all this. But there's just like a general sense of national well-being and nation building. Even the billionaires of that era were building things. Like Carnegie Hall was built by Carnegie, right? The Empire State Building, Grand Central Station. So the billionaires were doing things. They were building stuff. They were attempting to justify their wealth. They were attempting to justify their social position. They were saying to the populace, and because many people in the populace were talking the way that I'm talking now, which is that these guys are worthless, they're a drain on the society, we should be rid of them as a class, right? And so they were like, well, no, I'm not a drain, I'm not worthless. Here, I'm going to build a whole thing. Look, here's Carnegie Hall, here's Grand Central Station, look at these great things that I built for America, right? Not just for you, but for your children. It's like, yeah, okay, that garners goodwill. Well, none of that is happening in America today. There isn't a single person outside of like Bernie Sanders who just says it. There isn't a single person at any level in any institution, whether it's your local municipality, your mayor, there isn't anybody at any level that gives a fuck about you at all. They're not trying to solve this problem. They're not attempting to confront it. The best of them are only willing to give voice to it. And that's the best that they can do. Doing like performances, like a 25-hour speech, right? Great performance, real commitment. And that's the deep, dark concern about where we're headed now, is that nobody gives a shit. Nobody's attempting to solve the problem. And in fact, the most popular ethos is that you're the problem. You're the one that needs to solve this. So you got to money up, grind set this fraudulent nonsense. And there's nobody in the federal government, in your municipal government, at the state level, in the courts, anywhere, who is actually saying, hey, maybe the best way to build the nation is to build the nation. Maybe the best way to ensure people aren't in poverty is to pull them out of poverty. Maybe the best way to eliminate homelessness is to eliminate homelessness. Maybe the best way to ensure people aren't hungry is to give them food. But none of that is happening, because what matters more than you having food or shelter or education or a job or any of that? What matters more is that BlackRock makes more money. And as long as BlackRock makes more money, they don't give a fuck about you. They will actively abandon you to the streets and tell you it's your fault. And that's the dead center of the destruction of America. That nobody is attempting to ameliorate the crises that are in front of you. They're just trying to make as much money as they can. Bread Bunny writes, then round trip, that's $600. For me and my partner, now that's $1,200. You've been there. Can you just give me a rough estimate on how much lower prices were there or not? I can't. I was on a resort. So it's just as simple as that. I went to a resort. It was all inclusive. I didn't pay for anything. Like I ate whatever I wanted. I drank whatever I wanted. I did whatever I wanted on the resort, and it was all just paid for. So I generally can't. Sorry. Bread Bunny writes, if cost of living isn't drastically, almost unrealistically more affordable than here in Canada, then I can rule out that idea right away. I don't know, dude. Write a letter to the Cuban consulate. Find the Cuban embassy. Like, start talking to Cubans, and not like Gusanos, just like Cubans. I bet you could. Like, I bet you if you wrote a letter to the Cuban embassy, yeah, I'm a smart guy. What can I say? No, I bet you if you were curious, like if you were real, and like, no, don't even write a letter. Like, go to the Cuban embassy. Go talk to Cubans. Find the Cubans. And like report back. Because I'm curious. That's what we should all do. That's the solution for all of us. Let's all move to Cuba. What a great idea. Yeah, man, I'll spend $300 and I'll go just live in Cuba, just live on the beaches of Cuba. Spend the last half of my life just bumming around in Cuba. There are worse ways to go. All right, guys, it's a little bit early, but I think I'm going to call it. This has been a nice stream. I hope I'm not permanently banned on Twitch. That would be heartbreaking. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.